Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Trump and Zelensky meet in Florida, making progress on Ukraine peace, but key issues do remain. Trump and Netanyahu are set to meet today at Mar-a-Lago to push forward a stalled Gaza ceasefire plan. And Thailand and Cambodia sign a China-brokered deal to restore trust and uphold a border ceasefire. Donald Trump and Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky say progress has been made towards ending the war in Ukraine after talks in Florida. Both leaders described the discussions as positive, though Trump warned key issues remain unresolved. Zelensky says most of the peace plan is taking shape, with further talks expected next week. This comes as Russia claims that Ukraine tried to attack President Vladimir Putin's residence, warning that Moscow's negotiating stance could indeed change. For more on this, I'm joined from Kyiv by John Cavalage, a senior editor for outcome modelling analysis at Issue Insight. John, as always, great to have you on the show. I just want to start with some news we've been getting in the last hour or so, that Russia says Ukraine tried to attack Putin's residence, so Moscow's negotiating stance will indeed change. Is this a massive blow for President Trump and the ongoing talks?
No, because it continues, that elasticity challenge that Ukraine has, and that is that Russia's always been willing to target civilian infrastructure and target non-military assets. And Ukraine has been challenged to match that, basically because its people won't allow it and the countries supporting Ukraine won't allow it. So sending a drone or a missile or a rocket near one of President Putin's homes, the Russians are going to feign outrage, and this is a terrorist attack, and it must be stopped, et cetera, but it's more performative in terms of their response than it is substantive.
And let's get back to those talks, because Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky say they made a lot of progress. But, John, what has actually been achieved after a long afternoon of talks in Florida? It's sort of, what are the nuts and bolts?
Yeah, I to continue your analogy, there are nuts and bolts at the table, but they're not connected with one another. So you got a lot of bolts sitting around, you got a lot of nuts sitting around, but none of them have been connected. And, you have the words positive, productive. And when I continue to hear 90%, so let's look at that I didn't do really well in math in school, but let's look at that from a mathematician's perspective. You have 20 points, and they're saying 19 of them are agreed to. That means 18 of 20 are agreed to. What we know is that there are 3 that are not agreed to. One is territory, the other is security guarantees, and the third is reparations. So and those are the most important of those 20. And so if you weigh them, if you use a weighted calculation, clearly the resolving issues relating to territory are far more important than is the Russian language being included or an investment fund being established. So when you start to really deconstruct the 20, and you weigh those 3 that are still outstanding, it's not 90%. It's maybe they're 10% there because they've only agreed on the easy ones. And of course, Russia hasn't had its say yet. But the 3 that are the biggest, the most important, this is a real estate play. And Russia is saying, we want this real estate. And so, we're a long way away, a long, long way away.
And it's really interesting because I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the details, which, of course, you said you feel we're a long way away. But the details have been vague on two key issues, security guarantees and territory. Did we get any answers on those sticking points from Zelensky or Donald Trump yesterday?
Both heads of state have spun that they have gotten something. But we saw when President Zelensky arrived at Mar-a-Lago, their first interaction with the media, was 95%, 90%. We've made progress. We've been productive. We've got this. We've got that. Zelensky, wants 40, 50 years of security guarantees. President Trump says, 15. And so you've got, just this incredible distance between what President Zelensky is saying he wants and what President Trump is willing to give. And it's, it potentially, is it surmountable? Yes. But quite likely, this is going to take a long time to, from where it is now, which is an elastic band pulled all the way, to try to, get some more elasticity into it.
And, President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin are set to hold another phone call very soon. But I'd be interested to know what you thought of Putin phoning Donald Trump yesterday, almost picking up the phone after Zelensky had come to the White House.
President Putin is very smart in terms of knowing that the last voice that President Trump hears is generally going to be the voice that he remembers. And so if President Putin speaks to President Trump before President Trump meets with President Zelensky, before President Trump meets with members of the European Union, before President Trump meets with members of NATO, what is in President Trump's head is President Putin saying, yes, Donald, we're open to that. Yes, we're open to have maybe another meeting to move forward with that. Yes, we can discuss that. Yes, that's interesting too. And so President Trump, being the deal maker, the optimist, the wanting to get it all together, President Zelensky rolls in. And President Zelensky is trying to say, wait a minute, the reality check. And President Trump doesn't want to hear reality check. President Trump doesn't want to hear somebody come in and tell him that it's not going to work. He can't do it, that President Putin's lying. President Putin's playing him. It's just a huge mistake. And so President Putin was smart. President Trump obviously wanted to have something before the meeting yesterday so he could say, well, I just spoke to Putin, so I have an idea of what he'll accept. And then they've just spoken now where President Trump can say, this is what we talked about. And President Putin can say, well, Donald, those are interesting. Maybe we should have a meeting, but et cetera, et cetera. So, again, a lot of performativeness, a lot of for the optics, for the cameras, and very, very smart by President Putin.
Yeah, shrewd negotiator is Vladimir Putin. But, John, this might be $1 million question for you. But what actually happens next?
We're going to see, they discussed that there is going to be a meeting of European Union leaders and, well, actually, let me rephrase that. A coalition of the willing will probably travel again to Washington, travel again to the White House. So we'll see another one of these meetings where the EU leaders sit around the table. It's sort of a North Korea dear leader type of thing, because they're not there because of Ukraine. They're there because of the trade deals that President Trump is negotiating with the European Union that they're all subject to. So, they know that if they turn down the invitation, that's a strike against them. He remembers it, and he takes numbers, and he's going to extract something. So they show up, and then on Ukraine, it's very challenging for them to sit in a room with him and say, Donald, you're wrong. Donald, Putin lied to you. Donald this, Donald that. So we're going to see this meeting. The Europeans are saying that President Macron is saying he's going to host a meeting next week in Europe. And then eventually, they'll continue discussing and they'll have some sort of meeting. I do, though, think that this meeting at Mar-a-Lago may have been a mistake for President Zelensky. And I know he had some people within his team that were saying maybe not a good idea, because if you make this all about Donald Trump, then it's going to be all about Donald Trump, as opposed to trying to stretch and include the European Union. And as we've had President Macron of France say that maybe we need to talk to President Putin, maybe we need to have a meeting with President Putin. So all of this is going to be mixed up during the next 30 days or so.
John Cavalage, very interesting. Thank you, as ever, for your insights and for joining me.
Thank you.
Now, US President Donald Trump is set to meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Monday at his Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida. The meeting aims to revive a US-brokered ceasefire in Gaza, which is facing delays before a more complicated second phase. Trump plans to push his 20-point plan for Gaza and the region, while Netanyahu stresses ongoing security concerns. For more on this, I'm joined from Tel Aviv by Leigh Ann David, co-founder of the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security. Leigh Ann, brilliant to have you on the show. Thank you for your time today. Trump and Netanyahu are preparing to meet as differences over Gaza grow. What will be the main focus of the talks today between the two leaders?
Well, mainly, how do we actually deal with the fact that two of the prerequisites of moving on to the next phase have not been met? So first of all, we still have a dead hostage that has yet to be released, an Israeli hostage. We are now 80 days into the ceasefire, and no traces of this hostage to return home. And the second is that there currently is no real concrete plan on how Hamas is actually going to dismantle, and Hamas themselves are not really keen to do it. And so the diplomatic pressure is not showing any results, but also we're not seeing any regional forces that are now inclined to come in and go head to head with Hamas and dismantle and do the dirty job themselves. This is really one of the major issues that is going to be discussed. But beyond that, there's also a discussion on the constellation of the international stabilization forces. Israel completely rejects, for example, the presence of Turkish troops on Gazan ground, and rightfully so. Turkey, unfortunately, in the recent years has become extremely hostile to Israel, has become a major supporter of the Muslim Brotherhood and of Hamas. And so getting Turkish troops to fight Hamas doesn't look like a really good idea, or does not look like an idea that would provide the citizens of Gaza an opportunity for change, let alone answer the security considerations of Israel. So this is another thing that will be discussed today.
And Leigh Ann, according to reports, the US administration is actually running out of patience over the Gaza ceasefire, and there are fears Netanyahu could resume fighting with Hamas. We've seen the ceasefire being broken several times from Israeli side. Is it time for President Donald Trump to now put more pressure on Netanyahu to get to the second phase of the ceasefire? Because, like I said, there are serious concerns that he is stalling.
Well, look, we've discussed this many times, but the IDF is really working under very difficult terms and in an environment where Hamas uses its own people as human shields. So it's really, really hard to maneuver around this environment. And Hamas itself basically violated the ceasefire endless amount of times, including what I just said, not releasing the last hostage, Israeli hostage remaining. We're 80 days into the ceasefire now.
And Leigh Ann, sorry, Leigh Ann.
But really what we need, Leigh Ann, right now is we need all of those regional moderate players that signed up to the Trump plan, Israel included, to do their part. So as long as the International Stabilization Force is not into play, every single day that this happens remains a vacuum, and that means that Hamas regains control over its population, over the Gazan population, which is of course counterproductive. So the pressure by President Trump is necessary, perhaps even on Netanyahu himself, but on all of the regional players to really put their skin in the game and to implement what they have signed up for.
So, Leigh Ann, let's just move on a little bit so we don't get stuck in that conversation on tit for tat when it comes to violating the ceasefire, because obviously we've spoken about it many times and it can be a very contentious issue. But this meeting comes amid fears Israel will launch new offences against Hezbollah in Lebanon or against Iran. Are the fears of Israel destabilising the Middle East warranted at the moment from the international community, do you think?
Look, I think that Israel's military achievements were necessary, and those are the ones that brought about the change that we're seeing now, the new opportunity for Gaza, the new opportunity for Lebanon, the new opportunity for Syria, and even potentially a new opportunity for a new chapter in Iran. So this is due to Israel's military activity. But I do believe that it's now time to translate these phenomenal military achievements into diplomatic alliances, diplomatic arrangements, new agreements across the region. We have a region to rebuild, to stabilize, and Israel needs to be a completely constructive and positive player in that sense. Bearing in mind, though, that still we have Hezbollah that has not disarmed, we have Hamas that is not disarmed, we have Iran that is intensifying its ballistic missile program, and its nuclear program was just stalled, will not completely eradicated. So those are all threats that are not just for Israel, but for the entire region, and we all need to work together in a constructive manner to make that happen. I can tell you that I, as the co-founder of the coalition, the Israeli Coalition for Regional Security, along with another 120 top figures from the Israeli society, are pushing for this direction internally. And we believe that the Israeli government should be a constructive partner in this space, but we also need all the moderate regional players to work with us to make that happen and to not be blind to the regional threats that are still there. We need to provide actual concrete solutions on how to disarm these destabilizing groups and how to deal with Iran and make sure that its proxy system is not being rebuilt.
And it's really interesting because we talk about regional stability there, Leigh Ann. And do you think when Netanyahu goes to the White House, this is something he's going to be talking to Donald Trump about? Because obviously we saw when Iran was attacked, the US did come in and help Israel in that moment to eradicate the nuclear facilities. Do you think that Netanyahu will be pushing for this again?
I think that Netanyahu will be pushing for the fact that another attack should be on the table. Iran has to be deterred. Deterrence only happens when there's a real military option on the table. So I think that will be part of the discussion, having a concrete option, military option on the table with the backing and even the participation of the US. But we all understand that this is not the solution. This is not a policy, is just a tool. What we truly need is we need Iran to be isolated, weakened, and basically for its nuclear program and its ballistic missile program to be under control and eradicated. And this is what we need. How are we going to achieve that? Obviously through an agreement, and we need to push, include all the necessary means possible in order to push Iran for that, for Iran to agree to that. And now is the best time of all because Iran is more isolated than ever before. Its proxy system is not eradicated, but is very weakened. Iran really needs to change its course. So I hope that this will be the direction that President Trump will be taking. Again, one of the tools has to be that a military option a concrete one is on the table. It's simply part of deterrence.
Leigh Ann Pollock-David, thank you so much for joining you. Good to have you on the show. For joining us, apologies. Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. A train derailment in Mexico has killed at least 13 people and injured nearly 100. Images from the site show rescuers helping passengers from a train that is partially tilted over the side of a cliff. Now, at least 16 people have died in a nursing home fire in Indonesia that broke out on Sunday night. Many of the victims were found inside their rooms at the retirement home. Authorities say an investigation is now underway. Famed French actress Brigitte Bardot has died at the age of 91. She retired from acting at 39 to focus on animal rights activism. In recent years, Bardot also attracted controversy for her remarks on immigration. And finally, Kosovo's ruling party has won the election after months of political deadlock, marking the third term for its leader, Albin Kurti. The Albanian nationalist won in February, but without a majority, Kosovo has since been without a functioning government. Now to Taiwan, where China has launched its largest military exercises around the island to date. Dubbed a Justice Mission 2025, the drills include live fire operations and are said to simulate attacks on both land and sea targets. The show of force comes amid Beijing's intensifying pressure on the self-ruled island in recent years. Jan David has the details.
Ships, live fire, and rockets. China's Eastern Theater Command has today announced 2 days of military drills surrounding Taiwan.
As frontline officers and soldiers, we're confident and capable of addressing any acts of sabotage and provocation, and infringements or disruptions. We will safeguard regional security and stability, uphold national sovereignty and interests, and protect the territorial integrity of our motherland.
Beijing labels the exercises a stern warning against Taiwanese independence. They blame Taipei's current ruling Democratic Progressive Party of engaging in separatism.
I want to emphasize once again that China's determination to safeguard national sovereignty, security and territorial integrity is unwavering. Any foul acts of crossing the line and provoking on the Taiwan issue will inevitably be met with China's resolute countermeasures.
China claims sovereignty over the island, but Taipei rejects the claim, saying that only the Taiwanese can decide the island's fate. The latest drills align with Beijing's rising military and diplomatic pressure on the democracy, and are the sixth major military exercise held in recent years. Taiwan has placed its forces on alert, referring to Beijing as a destroyer of peace.
We call on the Chinese authorities to act rationally and with self-restraint, to immediately cease irresponsible provocative behavior and not to misjudge the situation and become a troublemaker undermining regional peace. Our government will also continue to closely cooperate with all parties in the region to jointly protect the rules-based international order and safeguard peace, stability and security in the Indo-Pacific.
China accuses so-called external forces of arming Taipei and encouraging Taiwanese independence. The drill will continue into a second day, across 7 zones closer than ever before to the island. Jan David, Arabiya English.
Thailand and Cambodia have signed a China-brokered peace deal in hopes to maintain a ceasefire after weeks of deadly border clashes. The fighting killed over 100 people and displaced more than 500,000. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by Mark Fitzpatrick, Associate Fellow, International Institute for Strategic Studies. Mark, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time.
Pleased to be here.
Great to have you. So top diplomats of China, Cambodia and Thailand have been holding talks today following the signing of that ceasefire agreement. But Mark, the US is notably absent. How significant is this meeting?
Well, I think you hit on the most significant part of it, that this was a China-brokered ceasefire. The United States was not involved in that, although President Trump mentioned it and took credit for it yesterday. But, he was the one who brokered the October ceasefire, which then broke down, and now China has stepped in and another ceasefire, and I don't know how long it'll last. It's probably pretty fragile still.
And like you said to me, in October, President Donald Trump claimed credit for ending the fighting between Cambodia and Thailand. But my big question to you is, why did this agreement break down? Why didn't it hold?
Yeah, this agreement broke down because it didn't address the fundamental problem. The problem is that there was a vague border based on old French maps from a century ago, and the exact border was never clearly defined. You have nationalism in both Thailand and Cambodia, and people and governments that don't want to cede any of what they regard as their territory. So they repeatedly clash over it. And you can have ceasefire agreements to call for no more firing, but if you don't agree on where the actual border is, demarcate it and mark it out. This is going to happen again.
Like you said, this could happen again. That leads me on to my next question, Mark. Talks in China are focused on step-by-step measures to restore relations, among other things. What do you make of this China-brokered ceasefire? Do you think it could be more durable? Or what needs to be put in place to stop this from happening time and time again?
Yeah, I don't know why it would be more durable than the earlier one that broke down, except that maybe Chinese involvement will make the parties more reluctant to be firing. But China, even though China regards this as its sphere of influence, it doesn't have much of a security role in Southeast Asia. It doesn't have troops in Thailand or Cambodia. It has a lot of influence in Cambodia, but the United States is the one that has had troops in Thailand. So if the United States, with its heavy security footprint, couldn't keep the peace, I don't think China necessarily will. And so what do they have to do? As I said, they have to demarcate the border and come to a firm agreement and put up signs and so forth and shake hands on that.
And it's really interesting because we're talking about China brokering the ceasefire deal, Mark, and the US being notably absent. What does that say about China on the world stage and its power?
Yeah, I saw this and I thought, gosh, this is symbolic of what's happening globally today, that China's influence is rising, and that of the United States is decreasing. Under the Trump administration, the United States has become more isolationist, focusing primarily on its own hemisphere. Getting rid of its soft power, Voice of America, pulling ambassadors out of 30 countries. And so China is taking advantage of America's retreat. And this little ceasefire agreement between Cambodia and Thailand is not that big of a deal, but I think it is symbolic of that shifting balance between the superpowers.
Yeah, and it's really interesting because there's been so much talk about that, especially because of US aid that has been cut too, and who's coming to the rescue of that in various countries. But Mark, Cambodia and Thailand are both members of ASEAN. Could we see the regional group taking a lead in ending this conflict or steering things a little bit?
Well, yes, Leigh Ann, that would be ideal, that the regional organization to which both Cambodia and Thailand belong would step up and exert influence and bring the parties together. That should be what ASEAN does. But ASEAN has never been very willing or able to do things like that in the security sphere. ASEAN is mostly focused on economic cooperation. And they can't bang heads together in the security sphere because they operate on a consensus basis. And if one of the parties doesn't agree, well, they can't do anything.
And just a quick thought, I was thinking about this recently, Thailand is such a popular place for tourism, especially at this time of year. In the past, I've spent time in Thailand and many people go there for New Year's Eve and Christmas. What impact is this having on Thailand and Cambodia as the world watches what happens?
Isn't Thailand a nice place to visit?
Yeah.
Well, what's happening on the border is not going to impact tourism. I mean, unless, people get scared. But there's no reason for them to get scared because none of this border skirmishing goes very deep into either country. It's all very localized. There were other developments in Thailand over the past few years, the internal political trouble, the coup d'etats and so forth that you would have thought might have more impact on tourism, but hasn't really, because Thailand remains such a vibrant, culturally rich country and on everybody's travel itinerary. Cambodia should be on people's travel itinerary. Angkor Wat is just fantastic, but it doesn't have the infrastructure to accommodate many tourists. And I think over the years, if Cambodia were to play its cards right and get external help, it could develop more as a tourist destination. But having fights on its borders probably doesn't help that goal.
Mark Fitzpatrick, absolutely brilliant to talk to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to talk with Arabiya English.
Thank you so much, Mark. Let's take a look at the top business news now. Precious metals pulled back Monday after hitting record highs last week. Gold eased from near all-time levels and silver fell below $80, easing tensions, including progress in US-Ukraine peace talks, also weighed on demand. Both metals have still seen huge gains this year, with silver up 181% and gold is up 72%. Now, global stocks are on track to finish 2025 at record highs, driven by investor optimism over potential US interest rate cuts next year. The dollar hovered near its lowest level in almost 3 months, reflecting expectations of a looser monetary policy. Let's go to the sports news now. And in tennis, the much talked about Battle of the Sexes exhibition has ended in straight sets win for Nick Kyrgios. The former Wimbledon finalist beat women's world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka 6-3, 6-3, and that was right here in Dubai on Sunday. Sabalenka was on the losing end of the high-profile matchup, while Kyrgios walked away with the win in the off-season exhibition. I went to watch it, and it was absolutely brilliant. Now, Cristiano Ronaldo says his football career won't end until he reaches 1,000 goals. The Portugal captain is now on 956 goals after scoring twice for Al Nassr in the Saudi Pro League. The 40-year-old says his motivation remains high as he chases that very historic milestone. Now, British heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua has been injured in a car crash in Nigeria. Nigerian police say Joshua sustained minor injuries, but 2 others reportedly died in that accident. The 36-year-old was taken to a hospital along with other injured passengers. Myanmar is set to hold its first general election since its military seized power in a coup 5 years ago. Voting will be held in different parts of the country in 3 phases, with the second and third phases taking place in January. Critics say the vote won't restore the country's democracy nor end its devastating civil war. Patrick Falk has this report.
Calm in Yangon as Myanmar prepares to go to the polls this weekend, even as a civil war rages across swathes of the Southeast Asian nation. Ballots will be cast in 102 of the country's 330 townships, with further rounds due next month. There'll be no voting in 65 townships because of ongoing conflict with ethnic guerrilla groups and resistance forces. Still, the junta government says the election will return Myanmar to a multi-party democracy and bring power back to the people.
In the last couple of years, we have seen the decline of the military junta, the decline in military strength from the Burmese side. They're not 100% weak yet, but I think that this election is a sign that to continue with the civil war like it has always been in the last 4 or 5 years, it's very tough and it's really tiring for the Myanmar military.
The last time an election took place in Myanmar was in 2020, in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. It was annulled by the junta after military generals accused Nobel laureate Aung San Suu Kyi and her National League for Democracy of electoral fraud following its landslide victory. Suu Kyi and many of her party members were detained along with thousands of junta opponents. Critics say the upcoming votes will be neither free nor fair and that power is likely to remain in the hands of military leader Min Aung Hlaing.
The junta's election is designed to prolong the military's power of slavery over people. The military generals are surviving in wealth with impunity to their crimes against the people and ethnic minority groups in the past. So, Min Aung Hlaing and the junta members intend to have their election to save themselves from the crimes they've committed. Their election can be assumed as not only fake and fraud, but it's also a blood-stained scheme. That's why we don't accept it.
Meanwhile, fighting in the country has intensified over the past year. One international monitor showed military air and drone strikes have increased by about 30% compared to the year before. Schools and medical facilities have been hit in near daily strikes. This month, dozens were killed in a strike on a hospital in opposition-controlled Rakhine State. The junta insists the polls have popular support. Spokesperson Zaw Min Tun said the election is being conducted for the people of Myanmar, not for the international community. Experts say many fear the election will only entrench the power of those responsible for a war that's claimed thousands of lives. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Now, British heavyweight boxer Anthony Joshua has been injured in a car crash in Nigeria. Nigerian police say Joshua sustained minor injuries, but 2 others reportedly died in the accident. The 36-year-old was taken to a hospital along with other injured passengers. For more on this, I'm joined by sports journalist Chris Scudder. Chris, great to have you on the show. So, terrible news coming out of Nigeria today. What more do we know about Anthony Joshua's injuries following this car crash?
Well, all we know at the moment, the police have said that he is, quote, fine. Minor injuries. I've seen the pictures, as I'm sure you have. What we believe happened was a Lexus Jeep was traveling from the capital Lagos to a town called Sagamu, which is where Joshua has relatives. Of course, he fought 10 days ago in Miami, and he was heading home to Nigeria, where he was brought up. Well, he went to boarding school anyway for the new year. We believe there were 5 people in the car, and the police at the moment are saying they believe an overtaking maneuver was made by the car at high speed. It crashed into a stationary lorry, and sadly there were 2 fatalities after that. Joshua was in the back seat. We believe that the fatalities were in the front seat of the vehicle. We don't yet know who those people were, but Joshua, the impact was very large on the front of the car, as you might imagine. In the back, it seemed to be intact. He was taken out by police and was sitting upright when he was taken away from the scene. Pictures of him looking in great discomfort, but according to police anyway, they are minor injuries and he is fine. But the family are saying that they are shocked by what's happened. And there was a brief statement. We're hoping for his speedy recovery, they say, and also the people who sadly passed away.
Yeah, Chris, we're seeing those pictures on our screen right now and can see the impact that that car actually took during that accident and the front of the car. And as you say, Joshua was in the back. But Chris, you did mention to me this news comes just 1 week after Joshua, of course, went head-to-head with Jake Paul in that big fight. How much of a shock do you think this will be for the sporting world and the fact that Joshua did take a hiatus and appears to be having some sort of comeback plan?
Yeah, he's 36 now. I mean, Joshua's career really was ruined when he was beaten by Andy Ruiz some years ago. Huge shock in the heavyweight world. He was the golden boy, you know, really unbeaten, lost to Andy Ruiz and has since lost 3 times, twice to the great Ukrainian Alexander Usyk and once to Britain's Daniel Dubois. And that set him back hugely. And that's why he had to fight really this nonsense fight against the YouTuber Jake Paul, which he won very comfortably, as you'd expect, really, for a pro fighter against a novice. But he's coming back. The British public want to see the 2 great stars of the heavyweight era from Britain, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, fight in 2026. That's been widely mooted. It probably won't happen until the end of this year. But, of course, at this stage, we don't know how this accident will impact on him. Not just physically, but emotionally as well. He was with friends in that car. There was a video circulating of him playing table tennis with a partner earlier that day, we understand. So it'll leave deep scars, obviously. But that is a big fight that is waiting to happen in the heavyweight ranks in 2026. Tyson Fury, former heavyweight champion, against the twice world heavyweight champion himself, Anthony Joshua.
Yeah, Chris, I'm sure we'll find out more about who the people were in that car with Anthony Joshua as the days go on. But Chris Scudder there, thank you so much for joining us and telling us more on that car accident that Anthony Joshua was involved in Nigeria. Appreciate it. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. And we'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the dailies. Global outlets are highlighting China's large-scale live-fire military drills around Taiwan, underscoring rising regional tensions and provocation concerns. Coverage also continued on Trump-Zelensky peace talks in Florida, with progress noted but thorny issues still unresolved. Markets are also in the spotlight, with global stocks near year-end record highs amid thin trading and rate cut expectations. We'll start with the diplomatic efforts to end the war in Ukraine. The Washington Post focused on cautious optimism following talks between President Trump and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky aimed at ending the war in Ukraine. The piece highlights renewed diplomatic momentum, with the U.S. offering to facilitate talks with Russia in January, while underscoring unresolved hurdles such as territorial control and long-term security guarantees. The report also spotlights Trump's mixed signals, saying they reflect the complexity of the negotiations. It also notes Zelensky's proposals that show progress, though Russia's commitment to compromise remains the central unanswered question. The New York Times reviews Ukraine's newly revised 20-point peace plan, presenting it as a comprehensive but fragile roadmap towards ending the war. The explainer outlines areas of progress between President Trump and President Zelensky, particularly on security guarantees and reconstruction, while underscoring major unresolved disputes over territory and energy infrastructure. The piece emphasizes Russia's continued resistance to compromise, making clear that despite diplomatic momentum and optimistic rhetoric, the plan faces steep political and military obstacles before peace becomes realistic. The Independent framed Volodymyr Zelensky as a more agile player than Donald Trump assumes in the emerging peace talks. While Trump casts himself as the dealer and Vladimir Putin as entrenched, the editorial argues that Zelensky is quietly reshaping the game through calculated concessions and a bold proposal for a referendum on borders. The article contends that while the move is risky, it follows the Constitution and could reveal who genuinely wants peace, ensuring any agreement is backed by the will of the people rather than imposed by force. The Telegraph published this political cartoon that uses dark humor to comment on Russia's war in Ukraine through a New Year's theme. As you can see here in this cartoon, the panels show Vladimir Putin announcing it's time for a resolution, building expectations of reflection and possibly compromise. Instead, the final reveal delivers a grim twist, as you can see. His resolution is to continue the war until victory. The visual progression from calm to rage underscores the contrast between global hopes for peace and the Kremlin's hardline stance. In the Middle East, as Israeli Prime Minister heads to Florida for high-level talks with President Trump, the Times of Israel argues that Netanyahu will urge the president to accept that only credible military threats can enforce diplomacy, whether it be in Gaza, Lebanon, or even Iran. The analysis notes that while both leaders agree on demilitarizing Gaza and blocking Iran's recovery, Netanyahu doubts that Hamas or even Hezbollah will disarm voluntarily. It portrays a widening gap between Trump's preference for momentum-driven deals and Israel's belief that renewed force may be required to secure lasting peace. Israel Hayom, on the other hand, portrays the Netanyahu-Trump summit as shaped by one central question: how to confront Iran, seen by Israel as the engine behind Hamas, Hezbollah, and militias in Syria. The explainer says Trump's team is supportive, but also split. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner push for fast diplomatic progress and caution against war with Iran, while Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth back a tougher line, including ultimatums and demanding Hamas disarmament before deeper Gaza withdrawals. The piece highlights that U.S. officials also see openings for Lebanon talks and Syria security arrangements and wider regional shifts. The The Jerusalem Post had a different view. It contends that the summit in Florida is driven as much by electoral pressure as by strategy. The analysis contends that President Trump wants a visible Gaza breakthrough to showcase deal-making ahead of U.S. midterms, while also avoiding deeper military entanglement or an Iran escalation that could hurt voters at home. It also argues that Prime Minister Netanyahu, who is facing elections and also domestic scandals, is seeking proof that only he can manage Washington, even as he resists moving forward on Gaza without Hamas disarmament and stronger deterrence against Iran. In the U.S., media coverage was filled with year-end roundups, revisiting the major stories and turning points of the past year. At the same time, outlets are publishing forward-looking analyses on what to expect in 2026, from politics and the economy to global conflicts. The Wall Street Journal describes a corporate mood defined by caution as companies map out 2026 with little appetite for hiring. The piece highlights surveys and executive comments which reveal that many employers plan to freeze headcount or cut staff, betting that technology, especially artificial intelligence, can replace additional workers. It explains that firms like IBM and Wells Fargo cite low turnover and efficiency gains, while economists warn that near-zero job growth is breeding worker anxiety. The piece portrays a labor market stuck in limbo, waiting for clarity on the economy and the AI's true impact. The New York Times offers a sweeping ground-level look at how President Trump's immigration crackdown is already shaping American life. The piece shows how fewer newcomers are creating labor shortages, quieter neighborhoods, and economic strain far from the border. It tracks scenes from hospitals, construction sites, farms, and small-town main streets, arguing that reduced immigration affects not only workers, but communities as well. It also affects innovation and America's global appeal. While acknowledging claims that tighter policies could raise wages, the analysis suggests that costs may outweigh the gain, with an aging population, lost talent, and weakened local economies. The piece ultimately frames the moment as an early glimpse of a more insular, less dynamic America. Newsweek published a map that visually tracks where U.S. forces have carried out airstrikes under Donald Trump, Joe Biden, and Barack Obama, showing how counterterrorism campaigns have shaped Africa and the Middle East across administrations. The map, as you will see now, highlights countries struck by one, two, or all three presidents, placing Trump's Christmas Day bombing of Nigeria a first for the country in historical context. The piece underscores that despite differing promises and political styles, U.S. airstrikes remain a consistent tool of the post-9/11 war on terror, raising recurring questions about congressional authority, civilian harm, and the limits of executive power. And we'll end with Le Monde's obituary for Brigitte Bardot, the global film icon and champion of animal rights who died at the age of 91. The piece traces her tightly controlled bourgeois childhood, her rapid transformation to bébé, and the way fame turned into a cage for her, fed by paparazzi and public obsession. It highlights key films and cultural moments, but keeps returning to the central theme, Bardot as both myth and a wounded person. The piece recounts how after leaving cinema in 1973, she channeled her intensity into animal rights activism, acknowledging her later political controversies as well. The obituary closes on a portrait of a global icon whose legend outgrew her own self. That's it for today. Thanks for watching The Dailies, only on Arabiya English.
From rebuilding diplomatic ties and benefiting from billions in bilateral trade to thinly veiled threats and accusations of war crimes, relations between Turkey and Israel have hit their lowest point in years. As regional tensions escalate, could a new flashpoint be on the horizon in the new year? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of The Real Deal Plus, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters. Now, health and well-being are central to Vision 2030, based on the understanding that for an economy to thrive, it must have a healthy population. Well, in this episode, we're going to be speaking to the CEO of a Saudi initiative which is actively working to extend the human lifespan. Well, we're going to be finding out how they're making this happen and what they've achieved so far. Dr. Mahmoud Khan, the CEO of the Hevolution Foundation, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Happy to have this discussion.
Now, Dr. Khan, let's start by talking about Hevolution. You're not for profit. You seek to decelerate the aging process and extend the human healthy lifespan. Just tell us a bit more about how Hevolution came to be and what you're seeking to achieve.
We were created by royal decree back in 2019, and our vision was very straightforward, though very profound, which is to extend human healthy lifespan for the benefit of all. Simply stated, we want to have people live longer and healthier as long as possible. The primary goal being to stay healthy and functioning. And importantly, we want to democratize this so that it impacts as many lives in the world as possible.
Okay, so you're invested in academic research and biotech startups, all of this with the goal, as you've been saying, of promoting longevity, slowing down the aging process, combating age-related diseases. Just tell us, how are things going so far and what's been the progress?
Well, we started operating. We built the organization. It took us about a year to start putting the people together, ideas and strategies. And then 3 years ago, we started doing sort of publicly visible activities. And we've done this in 3 ways, one of which is what you mentioned, which is investing in biotech companies. But if we step back a bit, the problem with the research field and the investment field in healthy aging, unlike cancer or diabetes and heart disease, which attract a lot of attention, are important, but the underlying causes of most of these diseases is the aging process. And very little attention around the world has been paid to this. And this is the genesis for Hevolution. What is clear when you look at this is there aren't enough ideas and technologies progressing from scientific labs all the way through to biotech companies to the marketplace. So that value chain is really very, very little is coming through. And we saw that. So what did we do? We started funding scientists to generate new ideas. We started training scientists to actually make this an area of their career focus. And then as those ideas are progressing, we provide capital to either create or fund startup companies, with the goal being that eventually these will end up in the hands of either large companies or they'll get scaled themselves. And you'll see these solutions in the marketplace. If you think about it in that way, we would like to think we made tremendous progress from not existing 4 years ago or 5 years ago as an entity. Today, we're the second largest funder of science in this field in the world, second only to the US federal government, with the largest philanthropy funding aging biology and healthy aging in the world. About 200 scientists are funded today by Hevolution research grants. The first 4 biotech companies we funded, all of which were in animal and what we call preclinical stages, being tested in cells and mice, are actually now got technologies being tested in humans. That is extremely unusual to go from, in all 4 out of 4 now progressing. And it speaks to the demand was there, the solutions that were there, but what was missing was the strategic funding and the coaching and guidance we've given as a team. And if you look across. And then a third is we want to convene people. We want to bring the best ideas and exchange ideas. We launched that with our Healthspan Summit. That was the first one, was almost 2.5 years ago. The last one we held, which was February of 2025, was the largest convening of such a meeting ever to occur in the world. We had 3,000 plus people register from 80 countries, and we had every sector represented. That's been unprecedented. So I'll let you decide on whether that's successful, but any criteria to go from not existing to being the biggest player in the field in philanthropy, to being the largest convener of the field, and to have accelerated technologies from animal research into humans, that's pretty good going.
Yeah, it certainly is. So my understanding from what you've been saying is, so your platform, you've got an incubating function as well, bringing together all these great minds. And as well as setting it all up, you've got some results already, haven't you? Just tell us what's been achieved, for example. I read something about some breakthroughs in the field of hepatitis B research, for example.
Yeah, so while hepatitis B isn't our focus, there's a lot to be learned by viral diseases like hepatitis B. So I think it's important to understand, why would a healthy aging company or a healthy aging entity be interested in this? Well, it turns out that when a virus infects a human cell, whether it's COVID or hepatitis, that virus enters the cell, hijacks the cell to use the cell to reproduce itself. But in the process, it actually not only damages the cell, but it causes aging of those cells that it infects. What we've learned is there is an acceleration in the aging process in many viruses when they come into the human cell environment. And so this is one of those win-win. If we can figure out how to not only retain the health and slow down the aging process of the cell, the host cell, it actually may be able to kick the virus out because it's more vigorous, it's more. So in the example of hepatitis B, about 80% of people who get infected with hepatitis B will eventually shed the virus and recover. 10 to 20% will keep that virus for the rest of their life in their body, and they're what we call chronic carriers. That would be okay, but they can not only pass the virus to other people, because they're carriers, but they can cause long-term damage to the liver and eventually, in some cases, liver cancer. And cancer increases risk as you age. So there is a tight link between aging process and cancer. So one of the companies that we're very interested in was looking at how the virus changes what we call the epigenetics within the cell, the host cell. And by intervening at that molecular level in animals show you can actually allow the cell to heal and kick the virus out, essentially. And so it cures. But that was done in animals. The exciting part is the first human trials have now started, which means the regulatory authorities have looked at the animal safety data, looked at the animal efficacy data, and have confidence that this is now worth testing in humans. Early stages, it's a huge jump to go from mice and animals to actually humans. And that's where we are. So it's a great example.
And just listening to you there, Dr. Khan, and when I hear buzzwords like aging and anti-aging, there's a tendency immediately to start thinking about an aesthetic dimension, because that's often what we associate with aging. And let's face it, there's a bit of vanity around the world, isn't there? So people want to look young as well as feel young. Are there some aesthetic benefits from tackling aging? And will people having longer, healthier lives also look younger?
Well, let's separate out, first of all, the sort of sometimes perception. We did a survey of people around the world and asked them, what is the most important thing that is to you personally as you age? And there were three things that were most important. They wanted to remain mentally functional and independent, physically functional and independent, and financially functional and independent. And interestingly, the third one is very related to the first two, because cost of being taken care of, productivity, all the rest of it. And then the fourth one is they don't want to appear old. So it is important, but not at the cost of the first three. You know, you can look young, but not be able to think, not be able to. And the amazing thing is in the biology of this, you don't have to choose between them. We talked about the example in the liver, but the skin cells age as well. And we all know, as skin cells age, they lose their structure, they lose the rigor, and we look at this as manifesting as wrinkles, as changes in the skin integrity. So the question is, how do you figure out how to slow the skin cells from aging, just like muscle, or liver, or eye, or brain? And we have invested in that science. We have a company we're investing in that's actually looking at a model of skin aging. And again, if you think of the hepatitis example, we said, where should we look for that? Well, there are skin diseases that are a model for accelerated skin aging. So psoriasis is a good example. Patients with psoriasis have skin lesions where there's a lot of inflammation in that area of the skin. Usually we don't know why, but if you actually study those cells that are affected by psoriasis, they're actually older. They're aging fast. And so being able to deliver topically something that you apply to the skin that can not only treat the psoriasis, but treat the underlying biological aging process will not only help the skin heal, but actually brings that youthful rigor back into those skin cells. We actually have that being tested, just like in the hepatitis example, was tested in animals, but is now undergoing human trials. First, to see if we can treat the psoriasis in a very different approach. But you can imagine, let one's imagination run from here and say, well, if it works by slowing down the accelerated aging of a certain skin disease, what could it do to other areas? And let's see. So these are not things that are one versus the other. That's the great thing.
Okay, Dr. Khan, just tell us a little bit about the structure of Hevolution. For example, what percentage of people involved are Saudi nationals? Just give us a sense of who's involved.
So Hevolution was created because of a vision of His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. And it's his vision that led to our mission statement, our vision statement, and he's the chairman of our board. And we're really fortunate because we have very senior leaders guiding us at the board level, including His Royal Highness. We have several ministers. Prince Abdullah bin Bandar is the chairman of our executive committee. And so that's at the governance of the organization, headquartered here in Riyadh. Our organization, from a composition point of view, 3/4 of our employees and team members are Saudi citizens, Saudi nationals, based predominantly here in Riyadh. So we're unique, not only in what we do, how we do it, but even our composition. We're leading this global initiative for the benefit of all from Saudi Arabia and Riyadh. We have a satellite office in Boston, where we have about 15 or so employees that are fully subsidiary of us. We're divided up into 4 main groups. One leads the investments. That is the capital we invest in biotech companies, just like any other venture fund, but we're unique because 100% of our profits from the fund go back into the foundation. We want to be successful financially to promote the field, but we're not primarily looking for profits for the foundation. We want it to make it attractive for the private sector to enter. The second major group is our research funding group, where as a philanthropy, we fund predominantly universities, scientists around the world, including in Saudi Arabia. We have over 20 Saudi scientists now funded by Hevolution around the country and in the kingdom that have taken on aging research for the first time in their careers because Hevolution has made this field attractive, first by providing funding, but also by creating awareness in the scientific field. The third group is the group that is responsible for convening all of the things we talked about. They manage the communications, but also host the Global Health Span Summit, which I talked about earlier, and took it from non-existent to being the meeting in the world to be at. And then the fourth group is now working on how do we translate this global footprint into operational research and clinical practice. Headquartered again, our vision is for that should be based out of the kingdom. So the first two are operational. The third and fourth, the translational stuff, are actually in strategic design and getting ready. So that's the structure of the organization, but we're a global team. We're just proud, including myself, to be Saudi citizens managing this, leading this for the benefit of humanity.
And you're about to get a little bit more global, aren't you? Because, well, you already mentioned that satellite office in Boston, but haven't you got plans to expand even beyond the United States as well?
Well, in some ways we already are. One of our research, the companies we mentioned, is actually conducting its human trials in France. Another one is conducting its research trials in New Zealand. And so our footprint, and another one, we have activity in the UK. So we're already operationally present in North America, UK, Europe, Australia, New Zealand, and obviously, as I mentioned, the Kingdom, which is where our headquarters is. We've established physical presence with employees in North America. We're looking at the UK and Europe as a next step, and potentially a site in Asia, because there's so much now going on in this field in Asia. I mean, the continent with the greatest number of older people is Asia because of China. China has a huge aging population, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, where the population now of people over the age of 60 is approaching 30+%. That's 1 in 3 citizens are now over the age of 60.
Right, and things are heading very much in that direction, aren't they? I mean, as we've been saying, 2 billion people over the age of 60 by the year 2050. I mean, that's double the number today, and that makes Hevolution all the more relevant, all the more significant, doesn't it? Not just for Saudi Arabia, but for the entire world.
Nobody wants to live longer to be dependent. Remember, we know that. But if we can keep people healthy as long as possible, that will reduce the economic and human burden on society. And as I said, many societies are already at the point now where they cannot sustain this. Even wealthy countries like Scandinavia don't have enough of a workforce to even take care of their older population. And so this is also becoming not only a demographic issue, but a workforce challenge. There are not enough young people to do that. I'll give you one other statistic. In over 90% of US states, of the 50 US states, over 90% of them, the number one employer now is healthcare. That tells you something. When your economy starts to be driven by a service sector of providing health to your citizens, then, 30 years ago, it was manufacturing. And that's very topical these days. We talk about manufacturing jobs. The reality is the huge growth has happened in the service sector of healthcare. And that's not a sustainable curve. And US can't do it. Your home country, United Kingdom, cannot do it. Europe cannot do it. So there's lots of things. That workforce that's now being employed in healthcare could be contributing to society in other ways.
Okay, let's talk about this figure of $1 billion per year, which is what Hevolution has. Let's put this into context, because we're talking here about, it sounds like a really significant sum of money, but it's an investment, isn't it? And, you think $1 billion, you think, oh, what a lot of money. But in fact, I mean, it could bring about dividends in the future. Just help us and our viewers understand that number and put it into context for us.
It is and it isn't. Let me give you some comparators, which is somewhat a double-edged sword for us. We're celebrating we're the largest philanthropy in this field in the world. I would like to think that 10 years from now, we're like the 10th or 20th largest, even at this scale, because a lot more investment and a lot more research funding has come into this field, given the international scope of things. Today, as we speak, the US NIH has an annual budget of $40 billion. $20 billion of that is on cancer research. The second biggest is on cardiovascular and metabolic disease. Aging, the National Institute of Aging gets $4 billion, 1/10 of the budget. And so it makes you think, doesn't it, that your largest cost to the US federal government is Medicare and aging, but you spend 10% of your research budget on aging. And 50% of your 20 billion is going to cancer. Not that it shouldn't, but it asks the question, the number one cause of cancer is the aging process itself. Breast cancer, prostate cancer, lung cancer. It's the number one risk for cancer is aging. So shouldn't we be thinking about how do you prevent those cancers from occurring as a result of this biology versus treating them once they occur? That's the dilemma. So I agree with you. It is a significant investment by our board and the Saudi government and the Saudi kingdom, but it's nothing compared to what could be and what's happened. By the way, 30 some years ago, there was no cancer research programs, tiny. And it was once global awareness rose to the levels it is now, that government started pouring money into cancer and look at the dramatic results. Cancer used to be a terminal diagnosis. More than half of cancers are eminently treatable today because of that investment. I would like to think 30 years from now, we will look back and say evolution was not only the pioneer that started that whole movement, catalyzed it, but eventually brought so much more to the table because of those collaborations and others that entered this field.
Dr. Khan, we're coming to the end, but before we wrap up, I just wanted to ask you about what role artificial intelligence is playing in your field. I mean, is it helping to bring about breakthroughs faster than would otherwise be the case?
So, absolutely yes. No question. We're able to calculate, model, predict biology in a way that we could not have envisioned 10 years ago. There's no question. What has really broken through in this field is not only our ability to understand biology better, but we can take massive amounts of data and interpret them and look for patterns in a way we couldn't before. A human can do it. But let us not forget that AI and machine learning, which is built on, and reasoning are tools. I'm old enough to start in college with a slide rule. Now I'm really a dinosaur, I know. But those were tools. Then we got calculators, then we got spreadsheets, then we got computers. So in that evolution, our tools have got more and more powerful. There's no question. One of the companies that I mentioned in the whole skin aging process has actually been using AI to optimize which molecules and how to target skin cells. So we're already using them in our ecosystem and in the research programs we fund or the companies we invest in. But it's going to continue to take both. Once you have a machine model through that learning, you've got to go back and test it, figure out new variables, and then update the models again. And that's iterative mechanism between the wet lab and the in silico lab are critical. We're doing both.
Okay, so the bottom line is that societies really need to care, don't they, about extending the healthy human lifespan. Can you just summarize for us in a couple of words why it's so important for societies to take this on board? And perhaps you can give us an example or something in the context of Saudi Arabia.
We all need to think about healthy aging at a personal level. It affects every one of us. At a family level, because we have dependents that are our loved ones. At a national level, all populations, including the kingdom, are now going through this demographic change. Let's take a look at Saudi Arabia. It's a very young population. 50% of the population is under 25. However, the birth rate in the kingdom, for lots of good reasons, has dropped from 6 children per couple to 2.2. That means this current young population will one day become a substantial in size older population without a lot of young people behind them. We need to care now on how to keep these young people healthy as they age. It's an opportunity for the kingdom, which many countries like Europe and North America don't have the luxury of actually planning ahead. Vision 2030 has a key part of it that says, how do we keep the Saudi population healthy and let them age in a healthy way? Free from chronic diseases, free from the complications. It's very consistent with Vision 2030. It's very important for the kingdom. It's very important for the Gulf. But it's important for every country on the planet.
Okay, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Mahmoud Khan, CEO of the Hevolution Foundation. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for your interest. Truly appreciate it.
Well, I'm here now with Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham and Company. Ali, you were listening in there to that interview with Dr. Khan. Just wondering what stood out for you?
Tom, I think the resounding message there was preventative care over sick care. And, you know, it's a field of medicine or life sciences that I've paid a lot of attention to, especially in recent years. It's interesting, actually. A few months ago, I went for my regular blood checkup. Actually, I saw one of my old doctors in Australia. And, you know, when I received the markers, I mean, thankfully, most things were seemingly positive, as he said. But I recall asking him on one of the metrics, hey, this seems a little low. I mean, at least at the bottom of the range, and it was related to the kidney or liver or something. And I remember asking, what can we do here? And the response I got was, no, everything's okay. And I said, I understand everything's okay, but what could we improve here? And I think this experience is very common for a lot of people in that in longevity or life sciences related investments, often, you know, the way the world healthcare systems are traditionally designed, we're focused on sick care rather than preventative care. That seems to be the theme. And a dear friend of mine from the segment made an interesting comment to me recently. He said, one of the challenges with investing in longevity and really allocating sizable budgets to the overall allocation is the fact that the KPIs are not as measurable as the sick or responsive care. And I think this is a really interesting takeaway we can pick up from what Dr. Khan was just sharing with us. You know, in the kingdom, there's, as we know, I mean, a very expansive set of investments and economic development initiatives underway, which target the near term or the mid to near term. But this is a great example of an area which has payoffs in the very long term, but is an absolutely critical, very important initiative to invest in. And, you know, already Hevolution being one of the world's largest research enterprises in this space, I think that's, I mean, just yet another testament to the ambition of what Vision 2030 is. And, you know, let's not forget, I mean, Vision 2030, which we speak about regularly, Tom, yes, it's about a thriving economy, but it's about a healthy nation, an ambitious nation. And it's as much about not only the individual's longevity, but the nation's longevity. And I think this is very much in line with that overall ambition.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's that idea that a healthy economy has got to have a healthy population to support it. Just looking, you know, where else we could sort of take the conversation. I mean, longevity, as I said to Dr. Khan there, I mean, we tend to think of it as having a slightly aesthetic dimension as well. I mean, aging, anti-aging procedures and treatments are something we hear a lot about. I mean, there's huge potential, isn't there, in this region, and in particular in this field. It sounds like Saudi Arabia is really leading the way here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, I won't speak to the depth of the science here, but, you know, if you sleep well, you hydrate, you look after your general health markers, and you maintain your well-being, both physical and mental, you tend to look better, first of all. And, you know, that can be translated to, we could look at this in the broader aesthetic sense. I think there's great appetite also for the aesthetic aspect of life sciences or longevity. But it certainly extrapolates over the whole cycle. I think that the two coincide quite well. This is not simply, you know, it's a case of preventing issues. It's a case of ensuring mental well-being. It's a case of ensuring that we reduce dependence, and that as the population ages, it remains healthy and happy and can continue to live a fulfilling life. And as Dr. Khan just mentioned, I mean, in Asia, there's an aging population, which is somewhat of a challenge. And, you know, China is a big driver for this, given the elderly population. And if you want the nation to enjoy all of the economic prosperity and resilience, you have to ensure that they can enjoy it well and truly into a later time in life. So I think it coincides across the range.
Yeah, I mean, we tend to think of the Saudi population as being a young population. But of course, they won't be young forever, will they? And none of us are, unfortunately. But if we just to wrap up, I mean, think about that figure of $1 billion a year being allocated to the Hevolution Foundation. I mean, as we were saying, it sounds like a lot of money, but in fact, it's an investment that's going to pay pretty significant dividends, isn't it? I mean, I know you can't put a number on it, but they are there, aren't they?
Well, first of all, Tom, I'll just say I like to think I'm young at heart, so perhaps not every one of us is aging, but age is just a number, as they say. The investment, once again, I mean, reconciling what Dr. Khan was sharing, what I've heard in personal experience on multiple occasions is that one of the challenges here is the attribution of investment efforts to direct impact, particularly in the short term. So it really takes an ambitious DNA. It takes, vision and insight, to use the same language. I mean, it takes a group or people that really, really can extrapolate this far into the future and recognize that whilst, it may seem like research projects or venture in the short term, it's far more than that. I mean, the healthcare budgets of most advanced nations, the OECD nations, if you look at those, let alone, the broader world, combining all those budgets across the different regions, we are already investing. The world is investing far beyond perhaps what it would take. Maybe it would take a fraction to really extend the lifespan of mankind and spread that across many nations to ensure healthier, happier lives, not just in Saudi Arabia, but for the world. But it's a case, in my opinion, of rebalancing, it's reallocations, right? So as Dr. Khan mentioned, in the US, $40 billion is going into healthcare, and yet less than 10% is invested into this field. Something we should question there.
All right. Well, thank you very much indeed, Ali Reza, the Chief Investment Officer of Haytham & Company. Thank you for your time. Really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
Well, that's all we've got time for this special edition of The Real Deal Plus here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. We'll see you again very soon.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
From rebuilding diplomatic ties and benefiting from billions in bilateral trade to thinly veiled threats and accusations of war crimes, relations between Turkey and Israel have hit their lowest point in years. As regional tensions escalate, could a new flashpoint be on the horizon in the new year? That debate coming up on Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. walk the city streets and experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Tunis, the capital of Tunisia and one of North Africa's easygoing cities. Yet, behind its laid-back approach is an exotic appeal. Tunis deserves to be the perfect introduction to the region. You'll find most of the main sightseeing in the Medina or Old Town, which is already an attraction in itself. There are winding routes along the alleyways, and behind the high walls, you may find yourself lost. But that's the charm of the city. There's a fabulous mosaic collection of the world-famous Bardo Museum. And then there's the remnants of the once glorious Carthage that's a tourist highlight. Carthage, the fabled wealthy seafaring city of the Phoenicians, lies scattered across the Bay of Tunis. Its columns and pile of marble rubble are bordered by a panorama of the Mediterranean Sea. And who could resist such a view? The sea is actually vital to Tunis's prosperity. The Carthage was completely destroyed in the Third Punic War in 146 BC. And the surviving ruins is worth the visit. The view is yet amazing, especially with its seafront setting. Meanwhile, there's also the Medina district or Old Town. It is considered Tunis's historic heart and known as the Port de France during the colonial period. Because while the Old Town walls of the Hafsid period may have long ago disappeared, when you get inside the mosques, mausoleums, and the madrasas, or the Islamic schools for learning, you'll see opulent tile art and splendid Fatimid and Ottoman architecture decorating the streets. Get lost in the beauty of the district's monumental relics. Last but not least is, of course, the shopping. In Tunis, the Souk des Chechis is the place to be. Makers of Tunisia's traditional woolen hats will be found here and are even conducting workshops. Looking for furniture to bring home? You'll find them between Rue Gemma es Zaytuna and Rue Kasbah. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Their allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
From rebuilding diplomatic ties and benefiting from billions in bilateral trade to thinly veiled threats and accusations of war crimes, relations between Turkey and Israel have hit their lowest point in years. As regional tensions escalate, could a new flashpoint be on the horizon in the new year? You're watching Counterpoints with me, Melinda Nucifora. Gaza, Syria, Iran, and now Somaliland in the Horn of Africa. Political powerhouses, Turkey and Israel, are increasingly on opposite sides of regional ruptures. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave this indirect warning to Turkey recently.
To those who fantasize they can re-establish their empires and their dominion over our lands, I say, forget it. It's not going to happen. Don't even think about it.
Turkey doesn't consider itself the antagonist. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has used consecutive UN General Assembly speeches to repeat this one message.
I would like to state very clearly and loudly here, the Israeli government is disregarding basic human rights, trampling on international law at every opportunity, is practicing ethnic cleansing, a clear genocide against the nation, a people, and occupying their lands step by step.
But as little as 3 years ago, things looked very different. After a concerted period of rebuilding, the two countries restored full diplomatic ties in 2022. The Israeli president even visited a synagogue in Istanbul that year. So how and why did their relationship sour? Coming up, we'll debate if a Turkey-Israel confrontation is on the horizon, what geopolitical flashpoints have poisoned their relations, and what impact will Israel's recognition of Somaliland have on ongoing diplomatic disputes? Joining us for this discussion is James Jeffrey, former US Special Envoy to Syria and former US Ambassador to Turkey. Dan Pfefferman is joining us, a co-editor of Middle East 24 and an expert in international affairs and security. And rounding out our panel is Cengiz Ferhat, retired Turkish ambassador who has worked in various roles at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. Well, the region has seen an incremental collapse of the diplomatic relationship between Israel and Turkey in recent years. It took about a decade to repair and restore the diplomatic ties, but in less than 3 years, it appears that's all been undone. Turkey has imposed trade restrictions, airspace bans, and there's been a near total diplomatic severance on both sides. Cengiz, let's start with you first. In recent years, we've seen various red lines crossed without many international consequences. Is a Turkey-Israel conflict, direct or indirect, on the horizon?
Thank you, and good to be with you again. Now, concerning a direct conflict, a war of some sort, I don't think so. I don't rule it out, but I don't think so. But concerning indirect confrontation, I think it's already ongoing. it's happening on the ground in many fields. When you look at what's happened in Syria, when you look at what's happening in Cyprus, in the Eastern Mediterranean, etc., it's already happening. When you look at things from Ankara's perspective, you see that in Syria, Ankara wants a unitary state, wants the Syrian government to be successful. We want to see that a new parliament is formed, a democratic sort of government comes into force, and it's a running, stable country. And what we see is a destabilizing Israel in the region. Its efforts concerning the Eastern Mediterranean, how it's acting with the Greek Cypriots, with Greece, how it's acting with the minorities in Syria, how it's supporting the SDF, PKK in Syria, etc., is all destabilizing for our region in terms of Ankara. But when you look at what Israel has been doing, also in Somaliland, for example, that's another step in the destabilization efforts of Israel, as we see it from our perspective.
Okay, I'll bring Dan in here now for a comment and a reaction to some of those statements. What do you make of what Cengiz has been saying is an indirect conflict between Turkey and Israel already happening?
Thank you. I don't know if I would call it a conflict. I will talk about it as a rivalry. I will talk about it as a conflict of interest at the moment that doesn't necessarily need to exist. And so you see tensions, certainly. You see a kind of maneuvering, both geopolitical, economic, military maneuvering. But I think, and I certainly would hope, both leaderships, the Israeli and the Turkish leadership, would be smart enough and wise enough to avoid any kind of direct conflict. You're talking about probably the two most competent and powerful militaries in the region. You're talking about two very close allies of the United States and of the West in many regards. And you're talking about two countries that have had very close historic, strategic, economic, intelligence, diplomatic ties that have been cut off recently. What we're seeing has been sort of an about-face on behalf of the current Turkish leadership, which has been in power for over 20 years in this regard, and has sought to frame itself as sort of the counterweight to the West in some regards, as a counterweight to Israel, as the protector rhetorically, symbolically, politically, financially of the Palestinian issue, the sort of savior of Al-Quds, of Jerusalem. Of course, the Turks used to control the land that is today Israel for many hundreds of years. But ultimately, the two sides have much more to gain from being in cooperation than from being in conflict. And there's no real deeply divisive issues that are zero-sum issues between the two. Whether we look at the Palestinian issue, ultimately, I think both sides would benefit from a stable and moderate Palestinian leadership and reconstruction of Gaza. If we're looking at East Africa, there certainly does not need to be any kind of conflict there regarding Somalia and Somaliland. And of course, even in the Eastern Mediterranean, all sides would benefit from economic and infrastructure and energy cooperation rather than competition and rivalry.
Mm-hmm. James, what about you as a former ambassador in that part of the world? Is this an indirect conflict? Is that how you see it? Or is it more, as Dan has framed it, as maybe a bit of a rivalry? And given that both of these countries and both the leaders, Netanyahu and Erdogan, have good relationships with President Trump, where does the US fit in this increasing tense situation?
Thanks for having me on. I would agree with Cengiz and Dan. This really isn't a conflict, it's a rivalry. One, it's from the history of geopolitics, not unsurprising that the two remaining last powers standing in the Middle East, with Iran's, at least for the moment, dramatic weakening, are going to rub against each other. And the two areas are, of course, Gaza and Syria. I was in Turkey last week, and somewhat previously I was in Israel, both to raise this issue. And what the Turks told me was, hey,
we haven't criticized Israel much over what it's done in Lebanon. It's a specific issue with Gaza on the Palestinian people, and with Syria, we just don't understand what Israel is doing. I think these are fixable. The two leaders, I've dealt with both of them, really do not like each other. That's another complicating factor. The problem is, seen in Washington, there's a bit of a worry that Israel is not doing the kind of geopolitical thinking that we have been so used to with Israel, and also Turkey for that matter, beyond the Erdogan rhetoric over many years. The best example is this outreach to Cyprus and Greece. I'm an expert, if there's anything I'm an expert in my 50 years, is the Greek-Turkish conflict. I don't think the Israelis know what they're getting into. On that one, it is Greece that's the anti-status quo power, trying to overturn a whole series of Greek-Turkish arrangements that the international community supported from literally 1914 to 1960. The Greeks, however, are also smart, and they don't want to provoke a much larger partner. But with the backing of Israel, there will be nationalistic forces in Greece. Look what happened in 1974 with the nationalists on Cyprus, who will provoke a possible crisis. So that's something I think Jerusalem needs to really look at.
Cengiz, what do you make of Dan's assertions there? It was the suggestion that it's Recep Tayyip Erdogan's posture, it's his about face that has brought about this deterioration of relationships, that perhaps the blame lies on Turkey's side?
Well, if you're going to start naming, I don't think that's the correct path to go down the line. We've been looking at how Israel has been behaving for quite some time now. They haven't had any big issue with Turkey, and we had very close relationship, as Dan stated before as well. But these, in the last couple of years, and especially after the massacre of 7th of October, the Israeli government, the current government, which is behaving in a very ultra-right-wing attitude, has gone down a path that is uncontrollable. I see it like a truck going downhill with no brakes. As Ambassador Jeffries said, they're getting into areas which they were not involved in before, thinking, yes, you know, if you're going to talk against me, then you're my enemy. If somebody talks against you because you're doing something bad in Gaza, you don't have to go and put a stick in a running bicycle. Now, concerning Cyprus and the Eastern Mediterranean, they're really going into a powder keg with a torch in their hands. And this is going to be very dangerous. They've been supplying Greece and the Greek Cypriots with heavy armaments able to hit Turkey. So when we're talking about conflict, I'm not talking about actual conflict, but indirect preparations for a conflict. Maybe I could rephrase it in that way. In Syria, they hit bases where Turkey was going to come in and help the government of Syria. These are bases that were given to Turkey to use in Syria. They hit these bases where Turkish preparations were ongoing, for example. And this has been highly publicized in the Israeli media. We hit the Turks, we hit the Turks. Now, if you're talking about having economic, cultural, societal interlinkages, which is the way we should go down the line, I agree with Dan on that one. And I agree with Ambassador Jeffries completely. I think both Israel and Turkey have to sit down and talk and compromise. There's no need to have an Israel, from the perspective of Israel, a completely downgraded Syria, a fragile state, maybe divided into 4 or 5 different pieces, so there could be no threat to Israel. Listen, a unified Syria under the current government would, or maybe some other government that's going to come into force, but a unified Syria will not be a threat as it currently stands to Israel anyway. I really don't understand, as Ambassador Jeffrey said, I don't understand the geopolitics behind Israel's attitude at the moment. You're going after weak linkages. You're going after people who are, or countries or entities that are much weaker than you, and you want everybody to be destroyed and divided, conquer and rule. This is new colonization. This is not the geopolitics that Israel should be pursuing.
Okay.
We should rather sit down.
Let me jump in there real quick.
Go ahead.
That is, we don't know what a unified Syria under al-Shara will turn out like. There is some possibility that it will be hostile towards Israel, although all of the signs so far have been that they're very careful. And they might invite the Iranians back in. But I can promise my friends in Israel, if you have a divided 2 or 3 fighting, squabbling elements or parts of Syria, essentially what we had during the period 2011 and to 2024, trust me, you will be dealing with Iran and Hezbollah back in Syria, period.
So, Dan, jump in there. What's your take on that? Is Turkey really a threat, or is Israel just trying to provoke weaker neighbours in an effort to try and break the current balance of power in the region?
Well, I think the truth here lies somewhere in the middle. We have to look, first of all, I would push back at the kind of use of any kind of neo-colonialism leveraged at Israel. I don't think Israel has the size, the power, or the mindset to do any of that kind of shaping in the region, but it is a stronger, more powerful, larger country than it used to be, and it is trying to find its space. Israel's moves are largely defensive in nature, trying to either build alliances around where it senses there are threats. Syria, it senses, since the Iranian presence was pushed out or severely weakened, it is trying to push back, perhaps incorrectly. I might agree with the ambassador's point there, that oftentimes the Israeli government's actions in Syria have been a bit puzzling, maybe a bit, perhaps a bit alarmist, but I certainly understand where they come from, given the history of Iranian-controlled militias and terrorist groups utilizing Syrian territory. By the way, it hasn't stopped. That continues to launch strikes at Israel. Of course, Syria helped and harbored Hezbollah and other Iranian proxies who were targeting and operating against Israel for the better part of the last 2 decades. In this sense, I think there's a lot of ample room for Israel and Turkey to be working together rather than in rivalry, because ultimately a stable Turkey that doesn't threaten a stable Syria that doesn't threaten Turkey or Israel is in both countries' interests, and I think keeping the Iranian presence out is of importance. But what I think the ambassador downplays here is the aggressive tone and the kind of harboring of Hamas that the Turkish government has taken in recent years, using incredibly provocative language against the Israeli government, against its actions, against its policies vis-a-vis the Palestinians. And Turkey has the opportunity here to play a much more positive and constructive role than it has. But there's an element here that trust with Israel and with the Israeli public, who historically have been very pro-Turkey, at least pro certainly the Turkish people. This used to be the top destination spot for Israeli tourists for any number of years was Turkey. And from Israel's perspective, that fell off the cliff with a very hostile sort of Islamist, ultra-nationalist Turkish government that seemed to embrace, again, at least rhetorically and symbolically, embrace the hardline Palestinian cause, the Hamas leadership, which to some extent is harbored by Turkey and others by Qatar. And so there needs to be kind of a trust building, and I think Syria could actually be a good place to start in that regard, and certainly to lower the rhetorical flames around the Gaza and the Palestinian issue.
Ambassador Firat, what do you make of that? I mean, we saw recently Hamas political bureau meeting with the foreign ministry in Turkey.
Well, listen, when we're talking about the Palestinians, it's not only Hamas. Palestinian homeland, Palestine, Palestinians is not just Hamas. Whenever an Israeli interlocutor talks about Palestinians, they straight away equal the two together. This is not the case as far as we're concerned. When we see all of the massacres, the children, the women, the famine, still ongoing suffering in Gaza, what's happening in West Bank, etc., this has a repercussion here in Turkey. People react. They genuinely react. They're sorry to see all of this, the massacres. And I said, look, the 7th of October was a massacre. unacceptable. But what happened after that, what Israel did after that until today, is completely unacceptable, off the charts. I don't want to even use the words that you will react to, but you understand what I'm going to say. So when you talk about the Turkish government, this Turkish government, no, the Turkish people in general are reacting. It doesn't matter who they support, which party they support. This is something that Israel has to understand. This is not defending Israel. This is exterminating a people on the ground, helpless people on the ground, along with, yes, as far as you're concerned, Hamas militants on the ground. But if you don't distinguish between the two, that's a different case. If you attack other countries like Syria, if you arm the southern Cypriots, if you arm Greece against Turkey, these are all hostile actions as far as we're concerned. So Israel has to calm down. We all have to calm down. We all have to speak to each other, but not in the tone of, Israel is defending itself. Yes, Israel is defending itself by attacking Syria at the moment, by attacking Lebanon at the moment, by recognizing Somaliland, by arming Greece, by arming Cyprus. If I go on and on and on and on, there are actions taken by Israel, which Ambassador Jeffries also says. It's, I'm sorry to say this, it's not geopolitical in nature. It's very reactionary. It's very action-oriented. Then you're going to have a reaction from others.
Okay.
Yeah, I would just say I differentiate between what Israel is doing that's clearly in its security interest, even if everybody doesn't like it. I have supported 100% politically, not just Israel reaction to the 7th of October, but frankly, the very violent campaign to destroy Hamas in Gaza, just like as Cengiz Bey may remember, as a U.S. official, I supported very positively Turkish actions against the PKK, both inside Turkey and in Iraq. But the point is, where I differentiate is, I certainly understand Lebanon policy from Israel's standpoint. I even understand the southern Syria with the Druze, given the political impact they have inside of Israel and given Israeli sensitivity to its close borders. It's this kind of, the enemy of my enemy is my friend kind of thing. I'll be honest. I don't think the Israeli people want to have a fight in the Aegean. They don't have the capability to support the SDF, and that's a group I have worked with very closely up till now. They claim they're not getting support from Israel. There are others, including Turkey, but also others who deny that, and I feel very bad about that because I have seen the Kurds crushed in 2017 in Iraq when outsiders, including Israel, promised them things and couldn't deliver, and I've seen the SDF crushed in 2019 by Turkey because the SDF did not act quick enough on deals that we had negotiated. So the SDF is not going to be defended by anyone, not the U.S. Army, not the Israeli Army. And Israel needs to really watch that because Turkey sees that not only as an immediate threat, but impacting their whole reconciliation with the PKK inside Turkey, which is a huge issue.
Okay. Ambassador Jeffrey there has raised Syria. So let's move on to the second component of our debate about these geopolitical flashpoint areas. Israel, as we've been discussing as well, recently supplied air defence missiles to the administration of southern Cyprus. They've also signed that trilateral strategic agreement in defence and security with them and Greece. And in Syria, both have very diverging views over governance and security across the country. And now a third potential front has opened with regards to their diplomatic divisions, that in the Horn of Africa. So, Dan, let's ask you then, responding to what Ambassador Jeffrey has said, but also it's very clear, and Turkey has been very firm, that it benefits Turkey on multiple fronts to have a stable Syria next door. Can the same be said for Israel? Because there are accusations that it's in Netanyahu's benefit to have a destabilised Syria, like it has been in his benefit to have a destabilised Lebanon.
Well, I would say I think Israel's still trying to find its feet on Syria. It still doesn't know what to make of the al-Shara administration. And I think you would need to see more back-channel dialogues and maybe more positive international kind of mediation here in this sense. Israel doesn't necessarily lose anything. In fact, it could benefit if there is a stabilized and secure and centralized Syria. The question is what would be the nature of that Syrian government? And I think the region would have to forgive Israel for being suspicious of someone who is a former al-Qaeda terrorist on the U.S. wanted list, someone who until recently has changed. And yes, people can change, people can grow up, etc. We're all aware of how leadership can change in that regard. It would ultimately benefit Israel to have a positive relation. And it was even touted not more than just a few months ago that Syria could be a potential for joining the Abraham Accords. You certainly see the right language coming out of Damascus, while at the same time you see kind of jihadist-backed, some have linked them to Turkey as well, but kind of jihadist-backed militias who are connected to, maybe not directly controlled by the central regime in Syria, wreaking havoc on minorities. And Israel has sort of taken it upon itself, we can discuss if that's smart or not, as to be sort of a protector, certainly of the Druze. And Ambassador Jeffrey mentioned Israel's sensitivity to the Druze in the region. The Druze play a very important role within Israel's population. And so they have a very close family affinities, political affinities to the Druze if they are threatened in southern Syria and the Suwaida area, but also to any kind of minorities who feel threatened in the region. And so Israel at times has kind of staked out a position for itself to be sort of the unofficial defender of those. But I do agree with Ambassador Jeffries that there needs to be a limit to this. There needs to be caution to this regard. And once again, I agree with the other point is that at the end of the day, there should be a lot more cooperation and dialogue, maybe return to a strategic dialogue with the United States, brokered between Jerusalem and Ankara over Syria, because I believe Israel will not benefit in the long term if there is a divided and weak Syria. The potential return of Iran to that is the threat here.
Ambassador Furat, what do you think? I mean, is it that there is a need for Israel to feel more trust in this new regime, or does Turkey see Israel's defense of the Druze community differently?
Now, to come back to 2 points on Syria. Now, the first point is think about Turkey's security interests as well. Now, Turkey doesn't want to have the PKK, a terrorist organization with which we have been fighting an internal insurgency for quite some time on its borders. We don't want, they're being paid by the US at the moment for their salaries, they're being trained by the US, etc., etc. I understand the US point of view on that and the ambassador's point of view. But as far as we're concerned, it's a terrorist organization. It's something that is unacceptable to have a terrorist organization controlling our borders, on the other side of our borders in Syria. So to have two armies in Syria is also unacceptable. So the 10th of March accord that al-Shara signed with the SDF, which is running out at the end of the year, should come into effect. This is what we expect. And Turkey will react if it's not adhered to. It's as simple as that. If Hamas had set up 100,000 strong force in the borders with Israel, I'm sure Israel would react as well. So as far as, or if the same thing happened in the US would react as well. So Turkey has security concerns, and Israel has to understand that. And Israel has to stop also interfering in our relationship with the SDF, PKK in Syria. As far as America is concerned, as far as the US is concerned, we don't agree with the actions of CENTCOM on this issue. And unfortunately, they're also going in the wrong direction. We need to come to an accord in Syria where the SDF has to join the national army, and where we can have a unison army, a unison governance. Now, second part of your question on Aegean and other flashpoints, etc. Concerning what's happening there, we're all allies. The US, Greece, Turkey, we're all allies in NATO. We've had a lot of armament. It's an armament race happening as far as the Greeks and the Greek Cypriots are concerned. They're buying like crazy. They're spending like crazy. And it's not, they're not doing this to adhere to the rules of NATO, where they have to come up to 3.5% or up to 5%, etc. They're doing this against Turkey. And when Israel is the source of weapons procurement for these countries, that rings alarm bells in terms of the actions and the intentions of Israel in our region. When you have a trilateral meeting that took place in Jerusalem, and when they talked about an intervention force of 2,500 soldiers, rapid intervention force, against who? The pirates of Somalia?
Ambassador Jeffrey, I see you smiling there. What do you make of that? I mean, I want you to comment on two things. First of all, I want to go back to what was said a little bit earlier about, do you think that for as much as Syria is saying that maybe they're considering joining the broader Middle Eastern pact known as the Abraham Accords, is that just lip service to President Trump? Because it seems like Syria and Israel are a long way off from that. And also, is Israel inserting itself into this Eastern Mediterranean powder keg, as we heard Ambassador Ferrer describe it, purely to sort of thumb their nose at Turkey?
I was focusing on the Eastern Mediterranean question. What was the first?
Abraham Accords. Is Syria really likely to sign up, or is this lip service to President Trump? I mean, does Israel honestly think that it's going to?
I'd ask the Israelis that. I don't think Trump thinks so. I think that everybody understands that the country can't sign up to the Abraham Accords as long as the Golan Heights issue remains unresolved between Syria and Israel. But we could get Syria to sign up to essentially a new version of the 1974 ceasefire agreement between Israel and Syria. That's what I know the Trump administration is working on. On the Eastern Mediterranean, again, my problem is, and look, I've spent much of the last 2 years defending Israel, and I understand their problems, and I would just use Cengiz's language. And actually, Cengiz used it himself. How would you feel if you have a large terrorist force on your border? Well, Israel had a 30,000 strong terrorist force, Hamas, on its border. And what it saw is, and I haven't gone into this yet, but not just the Turkish people being outraged at how Israel reacted. I disagree with that outrage, but I have to admit it was common throughout the Arab world and throughout Europe as well. It was the extraordinary rhetoric of President Erdogan. And Cengiz, you know that, I know that, most of my Turkish friends know that. He has been a godsend in many ways for Turkey and its role in the world, but his rhetoric gets him in trouble all of the time. It got him into trouble for almost half a decade with his Arab neighbors. It gets him in trouble with the American administration, and it gets him in trouble with Israel. And it's an added factor. To the Eastern Mediterranean, what I would say is, look, the European Union has two members, Cyprus and Greece, that have this constant conflict with Turkey. But the European Union has learned how to deal with that. They give verbal support to Cyprus and Greece, but knowing how important Turkey is and knowing the reality of many of these disputes, as I said, the Greeks are the anti-status quo country. They rejected the Annan Plan in 2004 for Cyprus, for example. The EU keeps it to rhetoric. They haven't talked about, even though they're allies and partners in the EU, they don't talk about joint military forces or any of this foolishness. And I just say, because I was the Greek desk officer, just like I have been for many years working with the Kurds in Iraq and Syria. I don't want to see my friends go down the route that the Peshmerga went down in 2017 in Kirkuk, and the southern Lebanese Christians went down in 2000. I normally trust Israel more than most countries, but on some of its little partners around the region, I don't think Israel can deliver, and I think they're making a mistake, both the partners who sign up for this and Israel.
Dan, is Israel making a mistake?
Well, Israel certainly makes some mistakes. I'm not going to pretend that they don't. But again, we have to talk about what? If you're talking about bolstering the relationship with Greece and Cyprus, certainly there is an element of the rivalry, the perceived common threat with Turkey, but it doesn't need to be that. There's also just growing economic trade, cooperation on gas. A quick reaction force of 2,500 soldiers serves many purposes, and one of them does not need to be Turkey. Certainly, it can be pirates, it can be forest fires, it can be other kinds of terror threats in the region. And so once again, Israel should definitely be cautious here, not to wander into a powder keg, as my colleagues here have called it. If the Turkish government, both in rhetoric and policy, can calm down the atmosphere and the tone towards Israel, Ambassador Jeffers was absolutely right. If Israel and other countries would have responded to Turkey's actions on the PKK as Turkey responded to Israel's reaction to Hamas or to Hezbollah, as we say, they would see exactly the suspicion and the kind of frustration that Israel feels when it's not supported. But once again, I go back to my original point. There is not a single issue of exclusivity or a zero-sum game between these two countries. Cooperation on security, intelligence, economic affairs has long existed. And I think we can go back to that. Ambassador said at the outset, Turkey doesn't differentiate between the Palestinians, or differentiates between support for the Palestinians and Hamas. It would be wise for us to see that differentiation in practice, and not hosting Hamas leaders, not supporting their rhetoric, not supporting their narrative wars and their idea wars, not supporting these ludicrous claims that everyone now knows and that the UN is finally caught up to say that there was obviously no genocide, there's obviously no starvation. These are all insane claims, and Israel, in a very tough war that was forced upon it, acted with extreme caution as much as can be in a very difficult urban conflict. At the end of the day, once again, I think getting back to strategic dialogue and strategic cooperation would behoove all sides here in Syria and in the Eastern Mediterranean and in Gaza.
If I may,
Please.
Just to reply to the rhetoric issue, we have a saying in Turkey, and I'm sure there's different versions of this in the Middle East. Every man sits differently, and every man eats differently. But his actions are what counts. So, there could be a lot of rhetoric coming from left, there could be a lot of rhetoric coming from right, but what is the action? That's important. We haven't gone directly and done anything directly against Israel, to the extent that Israel, as I've mentioned during this program, has been doing concretely action-wise with this trilateral agreement with Greece and Cyprus, what's happening in Syria, etc., not to the same extent. The support to the Kurds, we can go on and on and on. We're not here in this program to be going down a line of, blame game. But the rhetoric issue is President Erdogan has his, this, Ambassador, very well as well. This is how he speaks internally towards his audience. This is how he speaks externally. He doesn't change his speech. Does it create problems? Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. But what differs is that the Turkish state, as you know very well, has a long tradition, and the state does actions. So let's look at what the actions are. Right now, the state of Israel is going through a time where its actions are causing a lot of problems for Turkey. And it's causing a lot of discomfort in the region. It's causing a lot of disrupt in all spheres. You need to calm down a little bit as far as Israel is concerned.
Okay, we're talking about flashpoints, so let's discuss the most recent one, because on Friday, Israel became the first country to recognise Somaliland as an independent state rather than part of Somalia's territory. The decision was met with widespread condemnation from Egypt, Saudi Arabia and from Turkey and many other regional countries as well, who view it as an attempt to destabilise Somalia and could potentially lead to another conflict. Now, we know that Turkey has huge investments and long-standing relationships with Somalia, and some commentators are viewing this as an attempt to disrupt Turkey's activities in that part of Africa. Dan, why has Israel decided to take this decision now?
Well, I'm not sure why Israel decided to take the decision now, but it's a very logical decision from Israel's perspective, and hardly because of Turkey. It's more because of where Somaliland is situated. First of all, Israel has a general policy that any Muslim nation or Muslim majority nation that reaches out its hand in peace and warmth from Israel will receive a very warm response. And so, kind of whether you call it the Abraham Accords or whether you call it General Israel's proactive foreign policy in that regard. Secondly, it's kind of ironic to hear claims of destabilization when Somaliland seems to be the only stable, functioning, semi-democratic, and certainly not a harbor or a function of radical Islam in that part of the region. So you're talking about the only stable part, a part that is a different tribe from the rest of the greater Somali region. And I find it almost ironic, maybe comical, that the same forces that seem to be very aggressively criticizing Israel, even pushing Israel or boycotting Israel over its unwillingness to recognize any kind of Palestinian independence, are the same ones denying the Somalilanders independence in that regard. And so I think here everyone should be here working together. If anything, I would see it as an Israeli move geopolitically in terms of its closeness and proximity to Yemen and to the entrance to the Suez Canal, where Israeli shipping has been threatened over recent years. And of course, as the Houthis have declared themselves to be a strategic threat to Israel, it's much closer. And of course, Israel has long had positive ties with Ethiopia, who has strong relations with Somaliland behind the scenes, the UAE as does well. And so, yes, there might be kind of a chess match. I've heard this described by some Israeli analysts, a chess match move vis-a-vis Turkey and its regional positioning, but I would view it more as just a broader expansion of Israeli interests and more in the Yemen context than in the Turkish context.
Cengiz, do you want to jump in there? Is this just purely logical from Israel's point of view?
Well, if you listen to the explanations coming out of Israel, it's logical from their perspective. I would say it's quite illogical and, again, destabilizing. There's a couple of things you can mention. One is that you can mention, okay, Turkey is present in Somalia, so Israel is making this move. The Houthi issue, Yemen, of course, it's there. But as far as Israel is concerned, I don't think you have any problems in dealing with the Houthis, with the alliance in the Red Sea as well. Now, Somalia has erupted. They're reacting like crazy. In Somaliland, it's not a unison entity itself. There are different pockets that don't agree with Somaliland, first of all. Then you have the Arab League, all of the Arab states. You have the European Union. You have Egypt, Turkey, everybody saying what Israel just did is unacceptable. And it's going to be taken to the UN Security Council. Of course, probably the Americans will probably say, they'll dampen it down. But this is an illogical move in terms of politics, normal politics. But Israel has been doing this, and I'm afraid this is the problem. If you continue going down this path of disrupting the neighborhood, of disrupting everybody around you, you're going to get reactions.
James, is this a logical move from Israel, or is it provocative?
Again, it's in the eye of the beholder.
Give us your expert opinion as someone who's worked as an ambassador in that region. I mean, is it destabilizing? Can we expect a reaction?
I wouldn't advise my government to do this, and the reason is that it's opposed by many countries in the Middle East and Turkey. We can leave aside the Europeans, who represent serious security benefits or possible problems for Israel. For what I don't see is a significant security benefit. But again, the Israelis can decide on that. But more importantly, the issue that we haven't talked about so far is how President Trump sees all of this on a day that he's meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Most of the signaling I've gotten is that they are concerned about the net sum of these Israeli actions. They want Israel to have better relations with the Gulf states, with Jordan and Egypt. They certainly want to have better Israeli-Turkish relations because Turkey is not only important and is acting to some degree on the U.S. request to deal with Hamas on the Gaza issue. It's important for the stabilization of Syria and thus to keep Iran from reemerging the Shia Crescent. And it also is critically important for the Ukraine war and for the Caucasus. These are all hugely important areas for the Trump administration, and Turkey is the first or second address in most of them. That has to be taken into consideration, too. But I don't think that Somaliland I worry less about than other Israeli moves, as I said, in the Eastern Mediterranean that really do impact, or with the SDF, that impact in a serious way Turkey's correct view of its own security.
Gentlemen, we're out of time, so we will have to leave it there. But we are going to have further discussions and debates on Somaliland on Counterpoints during this week. So tune in for some of those broader discussions. It's been a really interesting debate to have all of you here. James Jeffrey, former US Special Envoy to Syria, Dan Pfefferman, co-editor of Middle East 24, and Cengiz Firat, retired Turkish ambassador. Thank you for your time on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning in to this episode of the show. Keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews. You can subscribe to Al Arabiya English on YouTube and, of course, follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
I am Catalina Marchand-Abreu, and you're watching Al Arabiya English. From politics and religion to climate, war, and technology, 2025 was a year that reshaped the world and left headlines that won't be forgotten. In U.S. politics, starting with U.S. President Donald Trump, who takes office for a second term, setting the stage for high-stakes politics. Trump then appoints Elon Musk to lead the Department of Government Efficiency, which by May had cut staff across multiple federal agencies, including USAID. And in February, a fiery Oval Office meeting between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance, and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made headlines that resulted in Zelensky's abrupt departure from the White House.
You should be thanking the president for trying to bring an end to this conflict.
Have you ever been to Ukraine that you say what problems we have?
In global conflicts, in June, Israel attacked Iran's nuclear sites, sparking 10 days of escalating conflict. The USA further escalated the conflict by bombing 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities. And October brought a US-brokered Gaza ceasefire deal, temporarily halting the Israel-Gaza war. In religion, the Catholic Church mourned Pope Francis, who died at the age of 88 on Easter weekend. He was succeeded by Pope Leo XIV, the first American pope in history. In space, NASA astronauts Sunny Williams and Butch Wilmore returned safely to Earth after being stranded in space for over 9 months due to spacecraft issues. In economy, Trump's Liberation Day tariffs imposed a 10% tax on imports, sending worldwide markets into a spiral, sparking international negotiations. And finally, to close the year, Netflix shook the entertainment world in December by announcing a major deal to acquire Warner Bros. For $72 billion, integrating HBO and major franchises. 2025 was the year that shaped our world and set the stage for what's next. In 2026, world news will be dominated by ongoing geopolitical conflicts, the accelerating impact of AI, major elections in key countries, and high-profile global events like the FIFA World Cup. While major news for Saudi Arabia in 2026, centering on Vision 2030, featuring significant economic shifts, updated real estate laws, and high-profile international events. Stay tuned for all of these major developments in the new year.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary. So really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, what is it, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the foreign secretary. Admittedly, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the foreign secretary, because you had, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, all the Abrahamic faiths, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? Everybody was coexisting peaceably. But a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think, what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years that the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. They were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week. And this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition? And do you think that it was a step taken too late?
No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything.
And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, love him or hate him, but, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something. And I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with, they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? as I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm John O'Hays and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Arabiya studios. And these are our top stories. Australian police investigate a Philippines trip taken by the Bondi Beach suspects as one of the alleged gunmen wakes up from his coma. The Kremlin claims to have no understanding of agreements made between the US and Russia in Berlin. Meanwhile, Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament. And the TikTok deadline extension is here, but President Trump says he could delay the sale for a fifth time. That's despite interested buyers. To our top story, police in Australia say the two gunmen responsible for the Bondi Beach attack were inspired by ISIS and are currently investigating links. Sajid and Naveed Akram travelled to the Philippines before the assault, and police are looking into the purpose of the trip. Patrick Falk has this report.
More details are emerging about the motive behind Australia's deadliest shooting in 3 decades.
Now, some of the evidence which is being procured, including the presence of Islamic State flags in the vehicle that has been seized, are a part of that. Radical perversion of Islam is absolutely a problem.
At a press conference today, police said the father and son duo, Sajid and Naveed Akram, had travelled to the Philippines last month. Islamic State-linked networks are known to operate in the country, though their influence is thought to have weakened in recent years. Reports also say 24-year-old Naveed Akram has woken up from a coma in hospital and is now being questioned. Meanwhile, mourners gathered at Bondi Beach on Tuesday to pay tribute to victims. Among them, former Prime Minister John Howard. As questions are being raised over gun reform, Howard said he didn't want it to become a diversion.
There's little doubt that since October the 7th, 2023, not enough has been done by those who command authority and respect in our society to prevent, cauterise and denounce the spread of anti-Semitism.
Police are also looking into how the attackers obtained a gun licence despite suspected links between Naveed Akram and an Islamic State cell. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and also columnist and correspondent Gemma White. Thanks to both of you for being here. Michael, we'll turn to you first on this. We're learning from media sources about these alleged attackers, that they were known to the police. They'd recently made a trip to the Philippines. What do we know about that?
So we know that they landed on November 1st and they departed on November 28th. I'm sure that they'll be able to do a detailed itinerary as the days and weeks go on while they were there. We do suspect, or at least reports are, that they were receiving military-style training while they were there. And I'm sure, again, we're going to get more information about that as time goes on. The father traveled under his Indian passport and the son Australian passport. Father's 50, son 24, which always, in this situation, it strikes me as a father myself, very odd to have a conversation with your son or with your father to sort of talk about what you're going to be doing, especially when it's something as horrific as this. I don't know how you have those, I don't know how you start to bring up those conversations. But authorities have said that there does not seem to be a terror cell. They are working on their own. At least that's what they've figured out at this stage early on in the investigation.
Gemma, we know some more about the victims as well. There's been 3 victims that have now been named today. Who are they? What do we know about them?
Yeah, so this brings the total number of victims to 15. They've been identified as Edith Brutman and a couple called Boris and Sophia German. Boris was 69, Sophia 61. They're a Russian-Jewish couple who lived in Bondi. Boris was a retired mechanic and Sophia used to work at Australia Post. Now, what's very interesting about this couple is that dashcam footage. We've seen footage of Ahmed bringing down one of the alleged attackers, and we've got further dashcam footage now of Boris and Sophia approaching and managing to disarm another of the alleged attackers. Now, this first appeared on Chinese social media, and then it got picked up, obviously, around the world. Now, what we see is this is before the sort of wider attack started to happen, before the alleged attackers moved onto the bridge and began firing. So Boris German had got out of his car. He'd seen one of the alleged attackers with the gun. This was on Campbell Parade at Bondi, and then you see a woman running into the scene who is Sophia. Now, what he does, Boris, is he manages to wrestle the gun from the alleged attacker, and as he grabs the gun, they both fall to the ground, and that's sort of the end of the footage. But the couple's family have released a statement saying how selflessly, you know, their family members have acted. And they said, while nothing can lessen the pain of losing Boris and Sophia, we feel an overwhelming sense of pride in their bravery and selflessness.
And there is a lot of heroes from this story, but it's unfortunate that there has to be in the first place. Michael, I guess the narrative has kind of changed, and certainly when we're hearing about this trip to the Philippines and that overseas training that's now been investigated by the authorities, I guess it changes it from it being a domestic crime, which is what I think initially authorities believed it to be, into an act of terrorism if there's a link to ISIS involved here as well.
Yeah, and ISIS, of course, has its roots in the Middle East. So you have 3 regions. If you'll have the Middle East and as well as in the Philippines, and then you'll have where the attack itself took place in Australia. So it is going to involve, I would imagine, many international organizations coming together to try and figure out exactly where these 2 men traveled while they were in the Philippines, and I'm sure they're going to dig back a little bit further to see if they actually made any other overseas trips as well.
Gemma, I guess, and this is the narrative that's out of a lot of countries right now, we've heard the new mayor of New York saying that more stringent measures will be put in place when there's a significant gathering of people for a religious event or for even a family event. We've heard it being said in London similarly as well. But I guess the thing is that we shouldn't really necessarily need for there to be such a police presence at something that is, I mean, this was the first day of Hanukkah, deeply significant for the Jewish community, for there to be a need for that. And it seems that the way the world is going, we require police presence at pretty much any gathering of more than 10 people, regardless of what the occasion is or what it's for.
Yeah, I mean, there's been criticism obviously levied at the way New South Wales police handle the situation, which the New South Wales Premier has, absolutely denied. He has stood up for his officers. He said they behaved absolutely impeccably in the way that they should. But yeah, what we're seeing as well, we are seeing now, obviously, with more Jewish events happening over the coming weeks, we are seeing, in Berlin, London, Paris, police presence is being upped with regards to all of those. But yes, you have to wonder, is this going to be a part of every single, a public religious ceremony or celebration now? Are we going to see a big police presence at all of those? As you say, it's the way the world is right now, but it's a terrible shame that it's had to come to this.
And it's an anti-Semitic attack, which we know, Michael, as well, but that's on the rise. And even though yesterday we spoke to a rabbi on the show who said that it was something that was almost expected, that an occasion such as the start of Hanukkah would have been something that would have been seen as a moment that is so pivotal for the Jewish, for the religious calendar in Judaism, that it would have been seen as something that would have been potentially a targeted attack. And that day, anti-Semitism in itself is up across the globe, and that's where the concern is coming from right now. The thought process behind that.
So it is up, and I've argued for many years that there needs to be a nuanced conversation that you have talking about the difference between an Israeli and a Jew. And the Israeli government, especially with Benjamin Netanyahu, is very careful and consistent that if you attack Israel's policy when it comes to anything, he will say that you are being anti-Semite. And I believe that being an anti-Semite is one of those things it's so difficult for politicians to recover from. Mm-hmm. If you've been labeled that way, it's a very hard road to come back. So people are very careful not to criticize the Israeli government. But if you're in a foreign country, if you're in another country, if you're in Australia, and you're incredibly upset about how the Israeli government operates when it comes to interacting with the Palestinians, how are you to think, except there are Jews here who are celebrating first day of Hanukkah? Well, that's the same as being an Israeli. And I saw how the Israelis have been treating the Palestinians. And that, I think, is the issue, that people need to be able to have enough confidence to say, I can criticize Israel and I'm not criticizing the Jews. Yeah. And I can be friendly with my Jewish friends and that not somehow be turned against you and you're made to be a pro-Zionist. There is a distinction that has to be made, and I think, surprisingly, American Jews are some of the first people to come out to talk about how there is a real difference between being Jewish and being Israeli.
I guess we're logically speaking about it here, Gemma, and we can make that distinction quite clearly. Mm-hmm. But for a lot of people, that's simply just not the case. You'll know, I'm Irish, you're British. Mm-hmm. Traditionally, going back in history, you would have been colonial, gone into somebody else's land to taken it. I would have been saying, I don't like the Brits, but that is not the same brush that everyone should be tarred with, because that's simply not the case. That's not the facts. It's not the truth. But to make that distinction is where the difficulty comes into place in the greater public eye.
I do think that the way we communicate these days, the 24-hour news cycle, social media, has almost eliminated nuance and eliminated the ability for us to agree that there are grey areas. You are either black or you're white with your opinions. And as well, when people express their opinions, they are attacked. There's people are very quick to, with the anonymity of the internet, death threats, terrible threats. But we have really lost the ability, not only for nuance, but also for debate. There's no, with debate these days, there's no changing of minds. It just entrenches people further in their own belief system. And I do believe the way we communicate, global communications has had an influence on that.
I also, to your point, I would say that not just with the debate, I agree with you, but why can't we disagree and still be civil to each other?
Of course.
And that has simply disappeared completely.
Yeah. And again, nobody needs to see a situation as tragic as this unfold. And thank you both for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. The Kremlin claims that it has not seen the details of an agreement that's been made between the US and Ukraine in Berlin. Those include the security guarantees for Ukraine and the Christmas truce that's been mentioned. Meanwhile, President Vladimir Zelensky has addressed the Dutch Parliament today, and he said Russia must be held responsible for crimes of aggression. Have a listen to this.
We're working in a great detail on documents that could stop the war and guarantee security. This is very important. And every single detail matters. Why? Because not a single detail must become a reward for Russia's aggression. If the aggressor receives a reward, he starts to believe that war pays off. And when the guns stay silent, when the drones stop killing, the law must still speak. So no matter how difficult it may be, and no matter how long it takes Russia, Russian war criminals must be held accountable. And the Russian state must be held responsible for the crime of aggression.
Gemma, Moscow are now acting somewhat oblivious to this thing. They're saying, we don't know what's been agreed in Berlin. We don't know entirely what's expected out of this. Where are the negotiations sitting at the moment?
Right, so Moscow acting oblivious, as you said, is not a surprise to me. We've seen so many reactions from Russia. We have seen acting oblivious. We've seen acting belligerent. We've seen playing for time. To me, this is just the latest in the playbook. And I think you could kind of set your watch by, you know, how they're going to react to any kind of meeting that involves Ukraine, Europe, and the US. So for me, it's no surprise that the US, Ukraine, and Europe have gone ahead and held these talks. And Russia claims to know absolutely nothing that's going on. Do I believe they know absolutely nothing? No, I don't at all. But I do think it's time that this group got together and said, we're going to put together our terms, and then at the weekend, apparently Zelensky said they will be presented to the Russians through US envoys over the weekend. Then we're going to show you the terms. I've always felt that Russia has been dictating terms ever since, you know, the war began, so 4.5 years ago now. Now I feel that it's kind of befitting that they should be a little bit on the back foot, that they should be kept out of things, because there's just been this relentless stalemate. You know, having tried to get Russia and Ukraine at the table together hasn't worked. Now we're trying something else. Here's the terms. We're going to go to you. Tell us what you think of them.
Do you think Russia have the upper hand, Michael? Do you think that may be a case? They go back into the negotiation table. They may say, actually, we don't want any of this at all. We're fine to continue on the front line.
I think they have the upper hand until they don't. And what I mean by that is because they've remained so silent, because they'll make a comment like, we don't know what's in the agreement. We don't know where their red line is. And Vladimir Putin has been very consistent in what he has talked about. And with President Zelensky, we know that maybe it's NATO membership, maybe it's having early elections, maybe it's conceding land. And he's talked about these things, as has President Trump, but nobody has talked about it from what the Russians are willing to concede or where they're comfortable, other than they just want it all, right? Mm-hmm. But I think that, in answer to your question, do they have the upper hand? Right now, I would say that they do have the upper hand, simply because we don't know what they're willing to, if they're going to continue to fight, or if they are getting what it is that's most important to them right now.
Gemma, what do you think, on an educated guess, what do you reckon is in this peace plan? Because it's been such a tightly guarded secret. We've got no idea what's in there. We know the NATO element for Ukraine is probably off the table when it comes to Ukraine. We know that that is likely to be the case here. What else do you think is in there? And what do you think Zelensky is willing to concede on? Because he's always said, not giving up the land. I'm going to keep the land.
Well, Zelensky has said as well he will not pursue NATO membership. So we do know that. We also know that the US is not going to put boots on the ground. They're not. There's going to be none of their troops involved. Now, what we don't know is how Russia might react. We can probably guess, though, actually, if it was put to them that troops from NATO countries, but not under NATO command, were part of the security force that's going to be put in.
Yeah.
You know, we don't know how they react, but we can probably guess that they would say no to that as well. So we also don't know if a peace deal is reached, what would happen if Russia then just decided to go ahead for a further land grab again? There are so many things we don't know. As you said, their silence has always kind of been one of their strong points because it leaves everybody second-guessing. And we saw earlier this year when Trump would say stuff, Putin would stay silent, and then Trump would end up almost kind of debating with himself because he had no one to sort of bounce things off. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, we don't know at the moment. We know that the plan is evidently supposed to go over to Russians over the weekend. Mm-hmm. and then, you know, perhaps more of the same next week.
Well, Michael, we spoke to John Kavlich earlier. He said the war will continue until one party runs out of money. The likely party in that will be Europe and Ukraine, who've got more to lose here, and it's in their best interest to get to at least a ceasefire or a truce, but ideally a peace deal as quick as possible. This truce that's been touted for Christmas as well, without a full peace deal, do you think that's something that could potentially go ahead?
I think it's something that the Russians know that the West, because we're sentimental, would be in favor of. And I think that it's a nice carrot that they can dangle to get people to feel a little bit maybe optimistic. Donald Trump, for instance, has said that he thinks so. And if you think Donald Trump is going to say something positive, well, then why not sort of continue to feed the president the information that he'll sort of continue to repeat? Is it possible? Yes. I mean, if we look back in history, 111 years ago, we had the December 1914 truce during the First World War. Now, that didn't involve Russians.
No, Germany and Britain right on the front line for that.
Yes, and by the end of some of these meetings over the couple of days between the 24th and the 26th of December, you had some meetings that ended up with the troops from either sides caroling, for heaven's sakes. So I think that there is a romantic aspect, and you can't accuse Russians of being romantic.
An Orthodox Christmas is the 6th of January as well, right? So it's later as well.
Yeah. Absolutely. But I think there's a romantic aspect within us, especially within a time of war. It would be nice if maybe there could be a few days where there's no fighting. But there have been instances where both President Zelensky and President Putin have talked about we're going to enter a couple of days of non-fighting, of truce. And that hasn't worked. They would both say that's what's going to happen, but then there would be rockets and drones that would continue to be fired.
Gemma, before we move on, just very quickly, this is the defence chief has said that British families must lose their sons and daughters to fight Russia. Europe must be scared to be making comments like that. Europe must be concerned that we might be teetering on something a lot bigger here.
I do think so, because I think it echoes what the German Foreign Minister said a couple of weeks ago. He said Russia is creating the option of war against NATO by 2029 at the latest. This, to me, is just an extension of that. And you do have to wonder if they know things that we don't. So they are just putting the message out there to start preparing. We're seeing more talk of perhaps military... What's it called when military service being brought in, perhaps in
conscription of some description.
Yeah. So, do I think they're trying to prepare people for the worst? I do. But what's interesting is that for me, Churchill always said that British people like to be told the absolute worst. He said, given the opportunity, they want to know the absolute worst. So this kind of is in keeping with national character.
Yeah.
They want to be
prepare for the. That's why we all got sent iodine tablets, if you remember that from Sellafield, on the unlikely event that there was a nuclear fallout.
Yeah.
Everyone was sent iodine tablets in the 90s. So
that would really have helped in
really
that situation, yeah.
Thanks to both of you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on to our next story. The US President has just filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the BBC. That's over the edit of his 6th of January Capitol speech that was used in the Panorama documentary. In Florida court documents, Trump has accused the British broadcaster of defamation and also of violating a trade practice law. The corporation, who have, by the way, made a public apology to Donald Trump, says it does intend to defend the lawsuit. But here's how President Donald Trump announced that legal action. Have a listen.
In a little while, you'll be seeing I'm suing the BBC for putting words in my mouth, literally. They put words in my mouth. They had me saying things that I never said coming out. I guess they used AI or something. So we'll be bringing that lawsuit. They actually put terrible words in my mouth having to do with January 6th that I didn't say. And the beautiful words that I said, right? The beautiful words, talking about patriotism and all of the good things that I said, they didn't say that, but they put terrible words. They actually have me speaking with words that I never said, and they got caught because I believe somebody at BBC said, this is so bad, it has to be reported. That's called fake news.
Gemma, we'll turn to you first. I didn't think we'd be here today. I didn't think we'd be having this conversation. I did not expect him to follow through with this threat, but he has held good on it. What's the latest on the battle with the BBC?
10 billion is a big figure.
Big amount of money. I don't know how
Yes.
many zeros that is.
Yeah, we don't know how he came up with that figure either. It's pretty massive. The BBC doesn't have 10 million, let's be honest. So The BBC haven't addressed this new 10 billion lawsuit. They said they've already addressed, his claims beforehand. They said they're going to be defending the case, but they're now staying silent, unlike President Trump, of course. Now, what's interesting is that he filed his documents in Florida, as you said. He says the BBC were violating Florida's Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act. Now, the BBC say, wait, Panorama doesn't broadcast in the US. In the lawsuit, Trump says, yeah, but you have deals with certain media companies in the US to distribute your content, and if someone has a BritBox or a VPN, then they can watch the show. So what's interesting here is that the legal team, Trump's legal team, have accused the BBC of intentionally, maliciously doctoring his speech. Now, defamation in the UK is really hard to prove. You've got words like intention, you have to, and it's on the claimant, it's beyond Trump's legal team to prove that there was an intention, that there was maliciousness, and they're very difficult to prove. And also that the BBC somehow caused irreparable harm to Trump's character or business when he went on to win the presidential term again. So you could argue there was absolutely no damage done. Now, what we've just seen as well, we've seen Trump claiming that the BBC used AI to put words into his mouth. That is categorically untrue. They spliced the video, cutting out a big, huge midsection of it to perhaps change the messaging. But there was no AI involved. And already with the BBC, they are keeping quiet about it at the moment, but heads did roll at the BBC. So Tim Davie, the Director General, he lost his job, and so did Deborah Turner. She was the head of BBC News. She resigned over the controversy. So I think for the BBC, for now, they're staying quiet. They will be addressing all these claims, but not AI.
Well, and it is a public company as well, and what they did was wrong. They have admitted that it was wrong. There was an apology, like you said. People did lose their jobs. As you rightly said, heads rolled for that situation. So what happened was, categorically, in terms of a media, you don't do that. You don't take and splice an interview to try and fabricate something else. But this figure seems wildly inflated from what you would expect in terms of a lawsuit. Michael, not his first day at the Derby when it comes to taking a media outlet to court from Donald Trump's point of view, either in a personal perspective or as President of the United States.
No, and I think the B in billion reminds me of Dr. Evil in Austin Powers. Shall I do it?
$1 billion.
So as you said, not his first day at the Derby. This is the fifth time in the past 13, 14 months or so that he has sued a media organization. It would have started with the New York Times, where it was, I think, $15 billion. And then there was also the time with ABC and George Stephanopoulos. That was only $15 million. But that was also an agreement that there would be that donation made to the Presidential Library. And then there was the CBS 60 Minutes, again, wonky editing, according to Donald Trump, but we all know that standard practice for journalism. That was $16 million. And then, of course, most recently, with the book, the birthday greetings book, that Donald Trump may or may not have contributed a particular drawing to. He has sued Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal for $10 billion. So he likes the B, but he also likes to go after media companies. And he has celebrated, for instance, Stephen Colbert being canceled. He has celebrated when Jimmy Kimmel was suspended for a couple of shows. He is somebody who has not coined the term fake news, but he has popularized it. And in that first election, when he did win, that was where he brought that to the forefront. And everybody today, I would argue, the expression fake news is common vernacular.
Yeah, absolutely.
We all understand exactly what it means. It's coming back even more so, I think, with AI, because it's so easy sometimes to spot fake news. And when it's not, if you don't like it and you don't agree, you just accuse that media company of producing fake news.
I presumed, and obviously incorrectly so, that it was a Trumpism. I thought that was a phrase that had just been attributed to Donald Trump. It's not his originally, you mentioned.
So I thought so as well. But then, of course, as journalists, you never want to assume anything. So you do a little bit of research. And it turned out, surprise, surprise, it was a Canadian. a gentleman by the name of Craig Silverman, who is the person that people sort of attribute the term fake news to, because it's something that he studied, where he wanted to always make sure that he was pointing out when, in fact, something was incorrect.
Oh, my dad used it to shout at YouTube videos now saying fake news. Gemma, the lawsuit itself, is it about money, do you think? Or is there, maybe there's a shred of the Trump administration that thinks this is about journalistic integrity and saying, right, as in terms of journalism, you need to do the right thing here, you need to be reporting correct news. Is that perhaps what this is all about, as in teach the BBC a lesson to never do this again? Because Trump may already have a lot of money, and this may not make any dent that's necessary for him.
I don't think it's about the money. He knows, as I said, the BBC does not have 10 billion, and it's not like the UK taxpayer who funds the BBC is going to, you know, suddenly stump up 10 billion. I think, as Michael so rightly said, it's about punishing media companies, and he's worked his way around the US ones, and now he's going global. He's got his sights set on the UK, showing that his power extends beyond his own borders. Yeah, and it makes him headlines. You know, he stands there in the Oval Office and says, this is what I'm going to do, with, you know, the military behind him, with everything else that he's immersed in as well, Venezuela, Ukraine, you know, so many other things on the go. But no, I don't think it's about the money whatsoever.
And not about the integrity of journalism as well, which is fairness, is what he's trying to make sure happens.
I do understand that, because the splicing together did send an absolutely different message than what he was, you know, ultimately saying. So I do understand that, and one would be, you know, offended in that respect if you felt you were being misinterpreted in the media. But this is where I vacillate. Sometimes Trump seems to have a really thick skin and things can really bounce off him. And then sometimes it's paper thin and you can tell that things can really get under his skin, and you'll never know what's going to happen. Yeah.
Much like the next story we're going to cover, because this one I think also is one that's going to continue for a little while longer. Thanks both for your thoughts on that. President Trump could extend the sale for TikTok for the 5th time today. It was given the deadline of 16th of December, that's today. TikTok's Chinese owner, ByteDance, they're required to sell the online platform, or they risk it being blocked by the US. Now, several investors have already said they're interested, they want to buy it, including billionaires like Frank McCourt, Alexis Ohanian and Kevin O'Leary as well, who's Canadian, not American, who are all still waiting for approval on that. Michael, I'll turn to you first on it. Another extension on the deadline once again. What are the implications that it has?
So it's difficult to say what the implications are. I think we have to read an awful lot into it, much like with the Russians not knowing what's in the peace deal. I think that there is a lot that we don't know. We only can read into the situation. We know that TikTok was essential for Donald Trump being reelected. We also know that it was one of the issues he campaigned on. He wanted to make sure that he hit that mark to consistently tell his base that TikTok will not be banned if I'm elected. Then he was elected, and he needed to make a decision because, of course, Joe Biden had introduced the legislation that TikTok needed to go because there's fear that the company ByteDance would be forced to turn over information to the Chinese government. The Chinese government, of course, say no. Now, I think Donald Trump is also in an interesting position where he wants to make sure that he's developing a healthier relationship with the Chinese. He also is going to be meeting him in the next few months. And I believe that he would like, as the Chinese would, I would imagine they want to come together to be able to say, we have sorted this out and we have, on both sides, come to a resolution where everybody seems to be happy.
Now we're looking at a sale of TikTok that would go without the algorithm, which is, I guess, what makes TikTok, Gemma. But if it was selling without that, then what have you got? What is TikTok if it's not going to give me cute kittens and food that is festive orientated? If it's not giving me that, what point is TikTok then?
We just found out what's on your For You page.
That's my FYP,
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
Right.
I don't believe that. Not for a second.
What's it without the algorithm?
To use an analogy, it's like buying a Ferrari without the engine. Yeah, you've got the body, but you don't have the brain. The algorithm is everything that TikTok is. So you would have to, without the algorithm, the app would have to be built from scratch practically. So the buyer would get the TikTok brand, obviously global brand. They would get the user base, but who knows for how long they would stick around, because experts say without the algorithm or without an effective replacement immediately. After about 3 days, the whole system's going to start collapse. People will start leaving because they can't monetize their content anymore. You get the infrastructure, you get the video hosting, the editing tools, all of that. Now, what you don't get is the recommendations that power the For You page, which are so useful and so popular. You don't get the training data and the feedback that makes it so scrollable, so addictive, that keeps you on the app all the time. And you don't get the models that predict what the user wants next to keep you on the site. So without the algorithm, it's just a video posting platform. Yeah. Once this all happens, the viral videos start to drop. The would be slower and less accurate, and also then your advertising starts to drop.
Right.
So there are so many things coming into play here.
So there's huge implications for that. Michael, I guess the question is, why do we care if the Chinese know what a 15-year-old American who lives in South Dakota actually views on TikTok? Because what are they really sharing, aside from potentially your name? I don't believe your phone number is on there, I don't think, but even if it is, who cares? Why is it such a security concern?
I mean, I'll go in to buy a hammer in a hardware store and I'll be asked what my phone number is.
Exactly.
I don't think that people, the vast majority of us, are probably too carefree with our personal data. Yeah. And the ones who are incredibly concerned are probably never going to have to fear anything from the American or Chinese governments. I would argue that there are probably a certain number of people in the world today who would say, I'd much rather the Chinese have my data than the Americans. I also don't know that there are big issues at play for your average person. Now, some would argue, this I 100% believe, that the reason why the Russians were maybe almost close to being successful during the election that Donald Trump won back in 2016 was because you have to be aware of cyber attacks. And it's something that the Russians continue to do in Europe today. And if, for instance, the Chinese have all of this information, I'm not a techie, I can't argue the point, but I could put forth a thesis that maybe having all of that data would actually help the Chinese in a way so that the For You information that you would get would be fake news, to use something we were talking about earlier. That would be my guess, is that once you have the data, it would then become so easy to be manipulated.
Yeah. Right. And I guess, but if playing devil's advocate here, just say the Oracle chairman and Michael Dell, or Kevin O'Leary, or Alexis Ohanian, or any of them take it over, then you've got the same issue, or Mark Zuckerberg for that matter, and it's taken over by Meta. You now have the same issue, but now America holds all that information, and now they're the powerhouse of the world with all of the ability to change your algorithm and tell you whatever they want you to believe. Gemma?
Yeah, well, whichever way you look at it, the power is going to be concentrated in this very small hands of tech bros who understand, I don't understand the algorithm. They understand deeply these kinds of things.
It understands me, though.
It understands you. It knows exactly what you want on your For You page. But yeah, I think whichever way you look at it, the power is still being held in a very small, sort of small hands.
Yeah, a developing story. January's the next deadline, but the 16th of December came and went. And finally, we've moved on to the point of the show where Gemma and Michael have brought some of the quirkier stories that they've scrolled the internet for to find today for us. Gemma, yours, first of all, is about lost luggage. It ends up in one place. I did not know this. Where does all the left luggage go to?
This is amazing. There is this big store in Alabama. It's called Unclaimed Baggage, which will give you some idea about what they do there. Now, in the US, if your baggage is not claimed after 90 days, this company gets it, not only in the airlines, but across bus depots, and they have got the entire country sewn up.
Wow.
They own absolutely everything. So you've got, on that 91st day, your luggage, if it's not claimed, is going to Unclaimed Baggage. It's a giant superstore where they have things like Rolex, they have Apple, they have Cartier, they have everything that you left in your luggage. I don't know if you've got Cartier and Rolex in your luggage.
Absolutely not.
But absolutely everything goes to this store. Now, what they do is they take it all, they take all the clothes. There's wedding dresses there. I mean, who left their wedding dress and decided, I'm not going to go back to it? Was it a really bad honeymoon or something? I mean, I don't know. And people go there and shop. They get 1 million visitors a year. It's very, very popular because things are at such a discount. You're getting Cartier at like 50% off. You know, the discounts are crazy. Now, one of my favourite things is that every day they have the unclaimed baggage experience, where if you're lucky and you get selected, you get to open one of the new suitcases that have arrived, like totally fresh, like Storage Wars, when they used to open the storage and you got to see whether you'd bought something really exciting or something a bit rubbish. And you get to unpack everything that's come out of this suitcase. It's quite voyeuristic, you know, looking into people's lives and kind of saying, oh, this is what you went on holiday with, but never brought back.
Would you shop here, Michael, buy somebody else's junk? You don't know what to get. You could be getting gold, or you could just get a underpants.
So I don't think I'd be shopping there, but I would definitely be up for opening up a suitcase that had never been opened up before to discover that first time what's inside. That would be exciting.
I'm fascinated by other people's items. That's why when I go to someone's house, if you ever invite me over, be aware, I sometimes rummage through your medicine cabinet to see.
Do you go through the cupboards?
I do.
You'll be like, I'm just getting to the bathroom. We're like, we know what you're doing, Jono.
And I'll Google what medication.
So when you open it in my house, there'll be nothing there except the little post-it that says, hi, Jono.
Knew you were coming. Michael, let's move on to your story. Fake Christmas trees, the price of these is going to skyrocket, and for a very good reason.
So Donald Trump, of course, has talked about his 37 dolls.
How have we made it a Donald Trump story? How?
Because the man is about everything right now. In 50 years, when we look back on this time, if we're still alive, we'll know it was the time of Trump. But anyhow, Donald Trump has gone on about how, you know, not every family needs to have, not every child needs to have 37 dolls. For some reason, that's the number that he's stuck on. But the reality is that the trees, you know, the gifts will be sitting under those trees. Those trees are becoming more and more expensive. Tariffs, of course, are adding up to it. There's one gentleman in the United States who has said that if you were to take us, it would cost $800 to build a tree. Today, it would cost now $3,000. He's saying it's gone up that much. That's one gentleman's comments about it. But what's most interesting is that fake trees are a massive moneymaker for the shops that are selling them. And that if you are an American putting up a Christmas tree, 80% of those people, it will be fake trees. And of that 80%, another 80% are actually buying trees that are already wrapped with lights. To do that, what happens is oftentimes the design aspect is done in the States, but the actual building and manufacturing, putting together of those trees, that's done in China. And the Chinese are paying $1.50, $2 max per hour. So they can afford to do that. But then when that's being done, it's being shipped over to the States. There's so much more money because of the tariffs. So the trees are now becoming almost too expensive for a lot of people.
It's quite labour intensive to make one of these fake trees. Is it possible that we could just start developing them in the US and then save all that money? Or is that an industry that takes a lot of time to develop and therefore it's not something we can have for the next foreseeable future?
So it's not a case of it does take a few hours, and in this particular AP story, they talked about the skills with which these Chinese men and women are able to do it. They're almost like Olympic athletes because they're so efficient at it.
Look forward to that in the next Olympics.
That would be great at the Olympics.
But there's no way that you could find people in the States who would do it for the cost. If that was the case, who's going to be buying, you know, a $3,000, or it would have to be more, a $4,000 or $5,000 tree? It's just not going to happen. Now, I know when I was growing up in Canada, and I know the same thing happened in many parts of the United States, is that a couple of weeks ahead of Christmas, you'd go down and you'd cut your own tree down. And you pay a fee.
You can steal one. I was going to say it, but I wasn't sure it was. You can steal one from the forest, and that's free, isn't it? That hasn't gone up by 80%.
No, that has not. But there are risks, I'll have you know, about doing it that way.
I can't imagine what they are.
No, I would imagine if you check out your for feed on TikTok, maybe you'll find out some of the issues.
Yeah, well, thanks for sprucing things up with that story, Michael.
There it is, sprucing it up.
We were waiting.
That was a tremendous effort on both your parts.
Yes.
And that's all that we've got time for on the show for today. A massive thanks to Managing Director of This Is Dubai, Michael Jabri-Pickett, and also correspondent and columnist Gemma White. Thanks to both of you. Don't forget, as always, you can subscribe to our YouTube channel. You can follow us on X, and GNT is on the way with Tom Burges Watson next. Have a good night. Goodbye.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, we're going to be taking a look back at the year in US politics and asking our panel of guests, how did 2025 shape up? Hello and thank you very much indeed for joining us. Now, with 2025 fast drawing to a close, today we're going to look back at some of the main political developments of the year. Well, President Donald Trump himself has also been reflecting on the first 10 months of his second term in the White House. In a pre-holiday address, the president framed 2025 as a turnaround year for the United States, outlining his main accomplishments and promising that the economy would be even stronger next year. But for the setbacks and the challenges facing the United States, notably high prices, crime and immigration, President Trump laid blame squarely on his predecessor, President Joe Biden.
I've restored American strength, settled 8 wars in 10 months, destroyed the Iran nuclear threat, and ended the war in Gaza, bringing for the first time in 3,000 years peace to the Middle East, and secured the release of the hostages, both living and dead. Here at home, we're bringing our economy back from the brink of ruin. The last administration and their allies in Congress looted our treasury for trillions of dollars, driving up prices and everything at levels never seen before. I am bringing those high prices down and bringing them down very fast.
President Trump speaking there in his holiday address. Well, to discuss the year, we're joined today by Angie Wong, Republican strategist, who joins us from Miami, Florida. Welcome to the program, Angie. Great to have you with us. We're also joined by Greg Swenson, chair of Republicans Overseas, who joins us from Washington. Great to have you with us as well. Both familiar faces on Al Arabiya English. We speak to you both often. Now, let me start by asking you, Angie, why don't we start with you? President Trump's pre-holiday address, what are people saying about what point President Trump was seeking to make when he gave that address, looking back on the year?
Well, President Trump wanted to tout all of his accomplishments because, well, the media here doesn't like it. They just like the scandals. Look, President Trump started this second term with a sense of urgency. He was governing with a sense of urgency. He hit the ground running come January 2025, and he hasn't stopped since. He's been just running, and harder to basically turn around the Biden administration that he inherited, and also the Biden economy. He's flipped the geopolitics upside down, and now it seems as though America has respect again. I think that's what he wanted to do, and he also realized that he only had about 100 to 200 days to get it done, all really quickly before the knives came out, and that's what we're seeing in Washington today. So he wanted to give the address yesterday to the nation to reassure Americans that things are okay, things are on the up. And that's what he touted. He touted a closed border. He touted inflation slowing down. And he's also touting that he is making deals with every big agency he can and big corporation he can to lower prices for all Americans.
Okay, and we're going to be talking about prices because that's a really key issue, isn't it? And Greg, since you're in Washington, and Angie mentioned that the knives are out there in Washington, I mean, what evidence is there the knives are out? And also, let me ask you, what do you think the tone was that President Trump was trying to strike last night?
Yeah, I think the president, in many ways, is kicking off the midterm election year of 2026. There were some disappointments with the off-year elections in this past November, and I think that in many respects the communications were often, there's no lack of communications. There's a lot of transparency, but I do think they didn't focus enough on the economy, and the Democrats did a good job of highlighting affordability. That's the new trendy word here in the U.S. And affordability is an issue. And it's thanks to Joe Biden that we have this affordability crisis. But the Democrats did a great job of ignoring that or avoiding that in November and managed to get people to vote for them because they were proposing that they would fix the affordability crisis, which is hysterical to consider that they caused it and left President Trump to fix it. So I think that the president was wise to get out, at the beginning of the midterm year and highlight the fact that he is fixing the affordability crisis. He will fix the economy. It does take time, but the policies that he put in place, especially with the big, beautiful bill, will work. Tax reform, deregulation, and liberation of the energy sector and the private sector in general. It worked for him in his first term. It worked for Reagan. It worked for John Kennedy. So I'm pretty confident it will work again.
Okay, what about the knives being out? Are you seeing any knives out there in Washington?
Absolutely. I mean, look, the mainstream, many people still get their information from the mainstream media here in the U.S., and they've always hated President Trump. They typically hate Republicans in general. So it's really a tough battle to fight. I've always advised, get over it. There's a liberal bias. Of course, there always has been, but the bias, it's really changed from a liberal bias to liberal activism. And as Angie pointed out, they only talk about the scandals or they create the scandals rather than focusing on the accomplishments of this administration, which have been significant. So, good for him for, he's always been, one to speak directly to the people and avoid the knives of the mainstream media and just go right through it. And that's what he did last night. So good for him.
Angie, are there any knives within the GOP itself, metaphorically speaking? I mean, we've read, reports and we've heard, anecdotes suggesting there are some splits between traditional conservative Republicans and MAGA populists. Do you think too much is being made of those splits, or what are your thoughts?
No, I think it's very real. I mean, if we're going to have a frank conversation about the GOP, there are some divides, and mainly because very early on, Trump demands an absolute kind of mindset when you are with him. And I think that's exactly right, because remember, his first administration, he brought in a lot of establishment GOPs into the cabinet, and they messed around with him and caused him a lot of time in his first administration. This time around, he knows how to do it better. He brought in loyalists versus those with more experience, mainly because they are on the same wavelength, and they knew how to work with him and get things done really quickly. But, talking about knives, yeah, I mean, I'm certainly seeing the divide. We can't not see it. You certainly saw it in Indiana recently when they voted no on the new Republican districting map. You're starting to see it with Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people who are deflecting from the MAGA crowd. We're hearing of more retirements coming up next year. So all of this is worrying me because we've known for a long time, Tom, and we've spoken about this, that the MAGA brand, well, it's not that stylish anymore. And I think there's going to be a new iteration of that. And hopefully that folds in some of, what other GOPers want as well, whether that's more traditionalist or more modern, we can debate that later on. But Trump can't demand an absolutist mindset anymore because he realizes he's going to have to work with all spectrum of those within the Republican Party in order to get the numbers passed, because because, look, the House has a razor-thin majority right now. The Senate, John Thune's not pushing through all of those things that all the bills that Trump needs passed to get the America First agenda going. So he's going to have to learn how to, negotiate and work with everybody. And everyone's got different terms because they know they can. They know the margins are that slim. And hopefully in the midterms we'll win more. But for now, he's going to have to make some concessions. It's not an absolutism mindset.
Sure. And Greg, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene, that's one notable name that sprung to mind, and Angie just mentioned her there. I mean, does President Trump need to be worried if she's not quite as on side as she used to be?
I'm not sure. I think without President Trump or without their partnership, she's not going to draw a big audience. And so you've got, the MTGs of the world on the right, and then you have the so-called moderate or establishment Republicans in the center. But that's in many ways been a failure. That whole movement, the Lincoln Project back in 2020, turned out to be mostly, consultants and lobbyists and Democrats that were creating that. So I think there's probably more noise about this potential split in the party. I don't think the party of George W. Bush and John McCain and Mitt Romney, I don't think they're coming back. I think it's a permanent shift. And so, whether depending on who the heir is to the MAGA movement, I think I don't imagine it's going back to the country club Republican.
Right, but we are ending the year with a slightly worrying rating. The latest Reuters Ipsos poll, I don't know if you believe them, I don't know if you look at them, shows that President Trump's approval rating is at the lowest level of his second term in office. 39% of US adults approving of his job performance. Angie, is that something that the GOP and President Trump's inner sanctum need to be worried about?
Well, I certainly am not worried about it because these polls, I've seen numbers anywhere in the 30s to the 40s. I mean, they're still a lot better than when the previous administration, like Biden, was at this very time of his presidency. So I'm not really relying on the numbers as much as I am on what's to come and what President Trump is trying to accomplish. Look, the first 11 months of his presidency has been nothing but just hard work, determination, and making the impossible possible. He's, certainly put a pause on a lot of the world conflicts, and he's going after terrorist groups. He's doing things domestically. I mean, this man doesn't sleep, right? So I think a lot of it just has to take time for it to come to fruition, where you and I can see the accomplishments really affect whether it's our pocketbooks, our, national security or otherwise. But, I think President Trump's frustrated that more and more Americans are not feeling, I guess, the benefits of all the hard work just yet. And, I'm very optimistic. I think by quarter 2, quarter 3 of next year, we're going to start seeing the real effects of the tariffs. We're going to start seeing more and more of the effects of what it means to stop some of the terrorist groups that President Trump is trying to cut pipelines for, and other good things that the Trump administration is doing. But it does need more time and, just clear runway in order for that to happen. Hopefully it happens before the midterms.
Right. And Greg, I mean, just listening to the president's pre-holiday address, all 18 minutes of it, I mean, there wasn't much in there about international relations, even though that has been quite a dominant feature of his first year of the second term. Do you think there was a conscious decision made, right, time to get back to these so-called kitchen table issues ahead of the midterms?
Without a doubt, Tom. Great question or great comment. And that's absolutely the case. He didn't mention foreign policy at all. I think one small reference to the Middle East. But, what he's done has been fantastic for world peace. He's an anti-war president. He's a peace president. But that's not what people vote for. The reality is in America, people vote on economic issues and pocketbook issues. So, yeah, there's clearly a shift. And I think, back to the polls, remember 45 years ago, Ronald Reagan was polling at 35 in January of 1983. And less than 2 years later, he won 49 states. So, this is a turnaround in the making, but economic policy usually takes 9 to 12 months to really see any effects from it. We're seeing some good things so far, but I think the president was wise to highlight the fact that, we have a turnaround coming and just be patient.
Right, and Angie, the president was probably thinking back, wasn't he, to the off-season elections and electoral races that happened in the last couple of months. I mean, not to mention New York, where Mamdani came out as the city mayor. But in all of those races, it sounds like, you know, the economy, this issue of affordability that we've already talked about, really were the main weapons and the drums that the Democrats were beating in those electoral campaigns. We're going to see more of this next year, aren't we?
Absolutely. And whoever owns the messaging on affordability will win the midterms in 2026. That is what all Americans care about. It affects every single person, everything from the health care insurance all the way down to grocery bills to insurance, everything like that. So President Trump understands that. Right after Zoran Mamdani won the New York mayoralship, the very next morning, President Trump went to a senatorial breakfast and started using the word affordability. And now he's even calling himself the affordability president. He's named Scott Bessent the affordability czar. He is going to do everything he can between now and November 2026 to lower prices and make sure that you and I actually feel the effects of that. Right now, the American consumer doesn't actually see it or feel it. And I think that is critical here, is whether or not you and I feel secure in our savings, whether or not you and I are buried under debt, and whether or not this administration can do something about it. Because right now, the American dream is getting harder and harder to attain. And if you do try to attain it, you are signing up for a lifetime full of debt. So I think President Trump wants to address that, because young voters can't jump in without signing their lives away to the 30-year mortgage or to a college degree that, you know, spends decades paying off a college loan, or even getting a car, things like that. So these are real issues that I think the federal government can take care of. And I know President Trump would love to do that, especially for young Americans.
Greg, just looking back at the year, do you think the Zoran Mamdani electoral win in New York was a bit of a pivotal moment? Because in the campaign, President Trump was, you know, not particularly, let's say, complimentary about Mayor-elect Mamdani. But then they had that Oval Office meeting, and they seemed to get along pretty well. And I'm wondering, just listening to what Angie was saying as well, whether perhaps a bit of the Mamdani effect rubbed off on President Trump. Do you think that there's an argument there?
Yeah, there is, because, you know, they are similar in a certain way in the fact that they both ran on sort of a populist message, and Mamdani, you know, he embraced the affordability issue and took it head on. And, you know, his solutions are quite different than what President Trump's solutions are. President Trump wants to fix that problem by liberating the private sector, which he did in the first term quite successfully. And you had a fantastic increase in real wages. You know, wages adjusted for inflation were fantastic in the first term. Real wages adjusted for inflation were down in the Biden years. So wages went down 4% under Biden. So the average American lost buying power to the tune of $3,300 a year. And now, we've recovered $1,200 in real wage increases this year, but that's a long way to go. We've only recovered around a third of the losses suffered under the Biden administration. So I think the Democrats were quite cheeky to avoid that topic during the campaign in November. They did it well, sort of sidestepped that they caused it, and they all voted for the bill, the bills that increased government spending, that caused the inflation, that really hurt the private sector and hurt real wages. So look, I think the president, again, is wise to focus on that. Reaching out to Mamdani was a smart move. That, New York is still an important city. And also remember that, he only got 50% of the vote, right? And it was basically a Democrat election. Only 10% of the voters were Republicans in New York in November. So I don't see it as a massive shift toward the progressive left. We've already had a progressive mayor in New York in the form of the mayor from 2014 to 21. That was a disaster for New York. So I don't think it could get much worse. We've had the same thing in Chicago with Brandon Johnson. So we've already experienced the downside of these progressive left mayors. And I'm seeing Mamdani already pivot He's in many ways embraced free market capitalism by his visit to the bodega last week, and he's already looking and sounding like Milton Friedman more than Vladimir, than a communist or a Marxist. So I think that's going to work out, and I don't think the Democrats will shift. There is that split in the party, no doubt about it. You had the same thing in Seattle with the mayoral race there, but the other winners, New Jersey, Virginia, they sort of moved to the center and focused on affordability without going, totally Marxist. So I don't think that's as big a deal as we thought in November.
Yeah, it's something I never thought I would hear people saying, that President Trump and Zoran Mamdani have stuff in common, but now we're talking about it. I mean, let's face it, they can both draw quite a crowd. Now, Angie, let me turn back to you, because one of the other big points that President Trump made in that holiday address, and one of the big issues and themes throughout these last 10, 11 months, has been the issue of immigration. On that score, I mean, would you say President Trump has delivered?
Oh, I think he has more than delivered. Look, on day one, he had Tom Holman, the border czar, shut down the borders. Now we're getting single digits crossing every single day versus the millions that were crossing every month illegally into the U.S. So I think that has been on the scorecard at least an A, if not A minus. The only reason why I give the minus is because the closed border the PR of it was not done very well, and certainly in communities like mine in Miami, people don't like to see that, relatives deported. And I think there's been a lot of fear-mongering, especially amongst the Democrat and Latino communities, that are stirring up trouble, especially for ICE agents. And we've been seeing that around the U.S. for several months now. There's been, I guess they call it protests, I call it violence. But there's been a lot of that kind of naughtiness happening, and it doesn't work well. And certainly we've lost a few Latino voters because of that. But for the most part, a secure border means that we have a secure economy and that I feel safer at home. There's that sense that President Trump has delivered on the secure border. So I think that's been a really nice thing. I just want to get back to the point where, just a year ago, we had Joe Biden in office. Imagine if he gave a national speech like that. You and I would be having a very different conversation to see whether or not he could even make it through an 18-minute speech, right, without fumbling entirely. So I think President Trump gave a great, strong speech, although I didn't see anything new come from the speech. I was hoping for some surprises, but it just seems like he had a very disciplined message to say, this is what I've done, this is what I'm going to continue to do, and let's get it done, because he wants a full 4-year presidency without any interruptions, and that's what the GOP has to deliver for him, is a House majority and a Senate majority. That way he can fully realize the America First agenda.
Okay, so you're saying results speak for themselves, but the optics and the comms perhaps could have done with a bit more work. Greg, would you agree with that assessment?
Yeah, I think so. Look, even though this administration is completely, perhaps the most transparent administration ever and great communicators, I do think they took their eye away from the messaging on the economy and on affordability, and the Democrats embraced it. So, again, good for the Democrats for doing that and ignoring the fact that they caused it. But I do think you've seen a major change since early November. They've come out of the gates really focused on it. You'll see a lot more of the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. You'll see a lot more of him talking about affordability, and it will work. I mean, the liberation of the energy sector especially, but also tax reform and general deregulation, well, it always ends up helping real wages. It helps the average working person in America, unlike low interest rates and reckless government spending, which just really helps the rich get richer with asset inflation. So I'm pretty excited about 2026, and we should start to see the results. We're already starting to see it, but I think you'll see some significant real wage growth in the next year.
And on the issue of immigration, Greg, I mean, do you feel like perhaps there have been some PR disasters on this particular issue? I mean, for example, perhaps castigating a certain community like the people of Somalia. I mean, has that gone down well? And do people say that perhaps that doesn't serve the interest of uniting a pretty divided country?
Yeah, I think there's some merit to that. And I do think that the messaging has to be really delicate because, again, the mainstream media is always going to be against anything the president does. But he's also reflecting the concerns that people have. And in cities like Chicago, where I live, it's really difficult. Women can't go out after dark, period. Like it's unless they're in an Uber or maybe not even driving their own car. It's really dangerous. And part of the reason for that is the mass migration crisis, illegal migration crisis, with all the unemployed illegal migrants running around Chicago. And then, of course, the mayor and the governor pushing back against the administration. So, yeah, it's a difficult optic. But I do think that the concern about crime, especially from illegal migrants, is probably more significant than the bad optics of ICE, the immigration enforcement people removing illegal migrants. I mean, if you look at, Laken Riley getting killed at the University of Georgia, that's just a classic example of reckless policy where an illegal migrant was arrested in New York and given that New York is a so-called sanctuary city, he was released the next day by another Soros-backed DA that chose to reduce his felony to a misdemeanor. He takes a bus to Georgia, another sanctuary city, or sanctuary city in sense of Athens, Georgia, where the university is. So those are examples that people look at, and I think the president feels compelled to do something about it, regardless of the optics.
Okay, let's pivot across to foreign policy. As we've said, not much mention of foreign policy in the pre-holiday address, but there has been no shortage of foreign policy activity from this administration during these last 10 or 11 months. Angie, I mean, out of all of the foreign policy issues, and we've talked about them a lot on this channel, Ukraine, Gaza, Syria, the situation regarding Greenland, the brewing situation off the coast of Venezuela. What stands out for you as being perhaps the most significant, perhaps the most, the greatest accomplishment for the Trump administration?
Well, there's been so many. I mean, there was the Gaza Phase 1 celebration where where President Trump skipped over the UN and brought in all his foreign leader friends to celebrate in Egypt. I thought that was a great celebration. Although it was a great optics, there was really no strategic reset. And I think that is kind of my overall assessment of his entire foreign policy strategy, is that there were a lot of great starts, but nothing has really been finished. Nothing has really stuck. I mean, take Ukraine, Russia, for example, right? There's been a lot of talks, a lot of optics, a lot of airplanes flown over Putin's head in Alaska, but ultimately, no results just yet. And we don't actually see an end game. Even President Trump, or rather Don Jr., has come out to say, well, we may step away from that because there is no end game in some of these wars and some of these world conflicts. They just keep going on and on. We saw it with Thailand recently, right, where they started up again. So, I feel like President Trump might be spending a lot of time trying to solve these issues and find world peace, which, I congratulate him on. But, yesterday's message was directly to the Americans because it was an American audience. But more importantly, because the people who voted for him and voted him in last November wants to see results domestically. So I think he needs to go back and, re-engage with Americans again. But I do hope that he's, able to bring a lot of the world conflicts and a lot of these talks. I know Russia's delegation's coming to Miami this weekend to further talk with perhaps shutting it down with Ukraine. We don't know. Everyone's always optimistic, but then there's always a pause. But that's how it works with a lot of these conflicts.
Right. And just, looking back, Greg, so many, as Angie said, so many foreign policy issues have sort of presented themselves in President Trump's inbox. And he's tried to tackle a great number of them. And do you agree with Angie's assessment that perhaps results not too many to speak of yet? And perhaps, do you think there's a case of perhaps too many irons at the fire at once?
Well, I think the president is able to delegate a lot of that, and I think his team has done a great job. Starting with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, but I do think we all agree that the pivot back to domestic issues is absolutely necessary. Because it's important to his legacy and to his, but more importantly to his voters. And I think it's all about the midterms. And as Angie pointed out, whoever fixes whoever can claim that issue and claim to have fixed the problem is going to win here. And the Republicans and the president have a great opportunity in that area. So I think it's a natural pivot away from foreign policy. I think he can be proud of what he's done so far. And I do think that, that the highlight perhaps is the Israel-Gaza settlement. And again, there's going to be bumps in the road there. We're seeing it already with Hamas. But generally speaking, I think the president can be really proud of what he and his team have done. But it is time to pivot back to domestic issues, no doubt.
I mean, one of the perhaps most enduring images of 2025 geopolitically was that Oval Office showdown between Presidents Trump and Zelensky. I mean, Angie, does that stand out for you as perhaps being one of the most unforgettable moments?
Yeah, I was thinking back. So I was at, there's a bar in Trump Tower where there's a huge photo of Kim Jong-un shaking Donald Trump's hand at the DMZ. And I'm wondering what that image is going to be like for his second administration. It may be that Oval Office showdown. I thought that was great. Zelensky, we've been writing him blank checks for years. And it was time that we stopped because something's got to happen. We were not there to forever take care of him and his country. So, I would like to see a resolution on that quicker, maybe even by next year. Even if we don't end the war there, I don't like to see Americans writing blank checks to another country over and over again. And I think President Trump has tried to ask EU and NATO members to, foot the bill. And he did do that. There was an increase of 5% in defense spending from each one of the allies, which hopefully then goes and supplies, whether it's to support the Ukraine war or other methods. I think that was a good first step. But I think all of this, right, is to push the ownership on everyone else. It can't just be the United States taking care of everybody anymore. And I think for far too long, our previous presidents have allowed this. For whatever reasons, whether national security, diplomatic relations, whatnot. But President Trump saying, hey, no more. Let's everyone take their own fair share if we're all going to play together well. And I loved seeing the shifts of global alliances. You could see what's going on there. NATO and the UN, they're kind of in the background now. President Trump just said, well, what have you been doing for the last few decades? We've been financing you and you've delivered nothing. So I think he's kind of like rethinking how that's going to work. So I'm looking forward to seeing what he does with NATO and the UN in the coming years. I think that the moment for 2025 was certainly Zelensky in the Oval Office. And I hope he learned his lesson from that.
Okay, Greg, do you think President Trump's perhaps been a bit harsh on President Zelensky, given that his country was invaded by a hostile country and, he's not the aggressor here, is he?
No, but I don't think he blames Zelensky. It's obviously Putin is the wild card here, but the president just wants to stop the killing. So however he can get to that point, he'll exploit both sides to get an end to this war. But remember, he was very good to Zelensky. The first 40 minutes of that meeting was very productive. It was only the last 13 minutes that went south. And that's on Zelensky because he just kept pushing the envelope with both the president and the vice president. And that's when it went south, was only after minute 40. And I do think that, that was a good moment for Zelensky in the long run, because I think he had to understand that he can't just keep begging for money or assuming that the U.S. would just keep writing these blank checks and not be a little thankful for it. So I think that was an important moment. I think Zelensky has handled the relationship very well since then. And I think, again, the wild card here is Putin, but the president will, I think, continue to try to end the conflict and just stop the body bags from piling up.
Okay, so we've talked about how President Trump inherited some major geopolitical hot potatoes in the form of Ukraine and the conflict in Gaza. Yeah. He's also sort of made gestures towards, indications that he may be eyeing up new conflicts, notably Venezuela, and possibly annexing Greenland. That's one of the things he said quite early on as well. I mean, he was voted, wasn't he, Angie, to stop old wars and not start any new ones. How's this going to go down, do you think, with his support base?
I think we've forgotten about that one. But look, yeah, the Venezuelan thing, the messaging needs to be much, much clearer. Most Americans are very confused as to why the U.S. is going after Venezuela right now. I think President Trump needs to come out in the forefront and say, look, we need to cut off the oil pipelines, which is the money that is financing a lot of the terrorist groups, as well as a lot of the world conflicts that we're seeing right now. That message has not really trickled down to the American public. We don't know why drug boats are being blown up, other than we didn't want drugs coming into our country. But I think if President Trump and the administration tells us, look, they're financing terror, and gives us evidence, then we would be supportive of all the efforts going in, especially bringing in all the military aircrafts and closing down the Venezuelan airspace and things like that. We want to understand that. So far, that message has not been made clear to Americans, and I was really hoping he would address that last night, but I think he skipped over that. But remember who our Secretary of State is. It's Marco Rubio, right? He's very, very familiar, coming as a boy growing up in Miami. He's very familiar with what's happened with Venezuela. We've had a huge migration of Venezuelans moving into Miami and South Florida for the past few years because of the Maduro regime. And I've, having been saturated in that community for many years now, I do understand that there is a desire, and certainly Latinos are very happy to see that the Maduro regime is getting squeezed, and that the economy there is getting squeezed because it's possibly linked to terrorist groups.
Just briefly, Greg, your thoughts on that issue, starting new wars in the form, okay, let's put Greenland to one side, but Venezuela. I mean, how's that going to go down if he starts a war there?
Yeah, on the surface, it seems to be in contradiction to, his general philosophy, which is not to start regime change wars, not to have any boots on the ground. But I do think that Venezuela is different. You've got a renewal of the Monroe Doctrine. You're hearing a lot about that from Secretary of State Rubio, who, by the way, is the son of Cuban immigrants. So there's been, he's had some experience with these communist regimes. So there's a renewal of the Monroe Doctrine. Venezuela, unlike Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya, is in our sphere of influence. It's in our hemisphere. So it's important to make that distinction. And secondly, the other big difference between Venezuela and the forever wars of the last 2 decades is that they are really ready and ripe for democracy. They've had elections. You've got obviously, Maduro stole that election. I mean, he lost, by 70-30 by most measures, by most assumptions. So I do think that they're ready for democracy. It's not like we're imposing some system, democracy in this case, on a country that's just not ready for it and probably will never be ready for it. Afghanistan comes to mind. So I do think that's, there are differences between this conflict and other conflicts.
Okay, we've got about 60 seconds left. And just to wrap up, I mean, there were some notable foreign trips undertaken by President Trump these last 11 months. I mean, the ones that spring to mind, the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, the Vatican. What stood out for you, Angie? Which trip did you think perhaps was the most impactful, most exciting?
Oh, for me, it was certainly his Asia trips. I thought him going to Japan and then meeting Xi Jinping in Korea, I thought those were very notable because guess what? These are our allies. These, President Trump touts them as our friends as well. We do, then they're our major trade partners. So I think it was good to keep up those relations, if not just the optics of it, because as much as we would love to have America be completely independent, we are somewhat dependent on our Asian neighbors. So it's good to keep up the trade relations there. So that was very notable for me in 2025.
Okay, Greg, your notable trips of 2025 for the president?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the pivot to Asia, and that's important and part of the general strategy. But I thought the trip to Saudi was important. You look at the foreign direct investment coming from both the Saudis and the Emiratis, and then, of course, compare it to the Biden trips where, Joe Biden was very critical of our allies. He got off on the wrong foot with both the UK, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. And then 2 years later, when energy prices were really high, he went to Saudi to beg MBS to pump more oil, and of course MBS declined. And so I think you can see the notable difference between the relationship with the President Trump and the Saudis and the Emiratis versus President Biden.
Okay, Greg, you've had the last word. We're out of time. Greg Swenson, Chair of Republicans Overseas, thank you very much indeed to you. Thank you as well to Angie Wong, Republican strategist. Thank you both very much indeed for joining us for this look back on the year in US politics. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again next year with more exclusive interviews. Until then, do stay with us here on Al Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them. Leaving the ECHR, I think it's a good thing to do. I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Hi, I'm Michal Prendergast for Al Arabiya English, here in London for a special interview with former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. We discuss the Israel-Gaza peace deal, President Trump's role in proceedings. We also talk about Keir Starmer's leadership in the UK, the rise of reform and Nigel Farage, and whether Boris sees a return to frontline politics in the future. Mr. Johnson, thanks so much for your time. I'd like to start off with the news story that has dominated the world over the past 2 years, and that's the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. Trump has said the war is over. What is your assessment of Trump's role in the conflict?
Well, I think it's an astonishing piece of good news. And today, as we're talking, Michal, I think the hostages are coming out or have come out. I don't know how many are out now, but last time I looked, I think about 14 of them, of the remaining 20, were out. And I think it must be a moment of great joy and relief for people in Israel, but also for people in Gaza, because it means an end to the horrifying bombardments. It means we're on the road to peace. And this is a very unfashionable thing to say in London or in Europe or wherever in liberal circles, but I really pay credit to Donald Trump. I give him credit. I think he has worked unbelievably hard. He's exerted American pressure obviously on Hamas, because he said to them, look, if you don't sign this thing, you're going to get wiped out. But also, he's put the hard word on Bibi Netanyahu. And, because it wasn't easy for Netanyahu, because he's got these guys in his coalition, the ultra right-wing nationalists, who don't support the agreement. But Netanyahu has had the courage to go ahead and do a deal anyway. So it's a very, very hopeful moment. It's not the end of the story, of course not. It's the beginning. It's the beginning of a what will be a tortuous process, and there's lots of difficult points that need to be agreed. And you know, the most difficult, Hamas need to come to the understanding that really and truly it's over for them as an armed group. It's over for them in the government of Gaza, but they get an amnesty. They get peace. They're not going to be pursued. They're not going to be killed. That's it. You know, they're able to live out their lives. And Israel needs to understand, and the government of Israel needs to understand that this is the beginning of a process that must give the Palestinians some ability to decide how to run their own lives.
A Hamas official has recently thanked Donald Trump for his role, but they have downplayed the role of Tony Blair, saying he's not welcome. What is your take on that assessment?
I understand that Hamas don't want a role for Tony in the government of Gaza, in the Peace Council. I think it's called the Council for Peace in Gaza. I've seen that. Look, I think that that's not the end of the world. Tony Blair's a grown-up. He's actually, I think, to be fair, he has worked very hard on this deal, and he should get a lot of praise for helping to put it together, Tony Blair. I don't think it's the end of the world if he's not there in the Peace Council, but there needs to be some body, right? There needs to be some structure that can help deliver confidence to people in Gaza that it's going to be a stable, secure environment where they can bring up their kids, they can have homes, there'll be job opportunities. There needs to be some sort of governance system that's very positive now about Gaza, and that isn't Hamas. And so you need something.
Obviously, there's been an enormous amount of speculation online around the Nobel Peace Prize. Do you think that Donald Trump deserves it?
I do, and I think that he has applied the force of his personality and the power of his office to move mountains and to get this thing done. You know, I don't know if you've ever met him, but you can see what you see is what you get. The great thing about Donald Trump is his public persona and his real political persona are completely united. They are the same thing. He's very lucky. He speaks from the heart, and it's unmediated by calculation. He just said it, and he's very effective. And he obviously worked to get this thing done, and others as well, Steve Witkoff and Marco Rubio, and I think a lot of people played an important part in this. But the Nobel Prize he didn't get it this year, and it's not. I think.
Will he get it next year?
Here's how he can make it absolutely nailed on. Okay, so the Norwegians are maybe a bit sniffy. The Norwegian Nobel Prize Committee were maybe a bit reserved about giving it to him
with gritted teeth.
Well, I think the trouble is that there's been such a big public campaign. They're not used to that. They're not used to people sort of asking for it. They're used to having the pleasure of giving it. So I think the way for, and don't forget that these guys won't be naturally Trump supporters. These people on this committee, they tend to give the prize to left liberal people, one kind or another. But the way to make this thing nailed on for Trump, he can win the prize, several Nobel Prizes for peace, if he applies to Vladimir Putin the same pressure that he's put on Hamas. He needs to step up the pressure on Putin, and and we all do. We've got to. The war in Gaza has been terrible, but the war in Ukraine has killed exponentially more people.
We will come on to that later.
Yes, forgive me. But that's my tip for how the president can win the prize. Nailed on.
And what about Tony Blair? Is he deserving of the accolade?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not close enough to the whole thing to know. My feeling is that the Americans have been decisive in this. Because in the end, look, America calls the shots with Israel because America is the ultimate financial backer of Israel's defense. And I think when the guys in Hamas looked at, what Trump was supporting, he'd come in with Israel to bomb all those Iranian facilities. They looked at what had happened to Hezbollah. I think that they thought this guy's serious. So when he says he's going to wipe us out, they believed it. And so for that reason, I think that that's where the prize belongs. It belongs with the Americans, and with Trump. Definitely. And this is going to shock. Do you see it? You're in central London now. We're in central London. I don't see any kids out on the streets of central London demonstrating, support for Trump or joy at the end of the Gaza conflict. I mean, they were demonstrating every day.
Why is that?
They were demonstrating every day when it was on, but now that it's over, they're curiously silent. Why is there no jubilation? Why aren't they out there saying, thank you, Donald, thank you, Trump? Well, I'll tell you why. Because Trump is a good... I'll tell you why. Because they're all lefties. And because Trump is somebody that they disapprove of. And that's the reason. And Trump is not politically correct. And I'm afraid that's the problem. So, and also, you know what? It had got to the stage where these demonstrations, and they're still going on against Israel. They're not about Gaza. They're not about the suffering of the Palestinian people, which they should be. They're about hatred of Israel, and they've become partly to do with hatred of Jewish people, and it's been very ugly to watch. Very, very ugly. But now that's over, I hope.
The UK under Keir Starmer has recently recognised the state of Palestine. This is a step you chose not to take while in power. What do you think of Keir Starmer's decision?
I think it's completely vacuous. I think it's trivial. I think it wouldn't, it made no difference. It didn't give the Palestinians anything worthwhile. It didn't give the people growing up in Gaza anything worthwhile. Recognition of a state should only really happen under the terms of the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which we sign up to in Britain. When you know the boundaries of the entity, and you know that you have a secure government and a recognised system of government, and you don't have either of those in the case of Palestine. So it was premature. I mean, it should happen eventually. But it's premature now and has achieved nothing.
Bridget Phillipson, the UK Education Secretary, has said the UK has played a pivotal role in securing the peace deal. Mike Huckabee, the American ambassador to Israel, has said she is delusional. What's your take?
Well, I think Mike Huckabee is almost certainly right there. I don't think that the Labour government had any purchase on the matter, because they'd lost all their credit with Israel. Britain has been a long-standing ally and supporter of Israel. But, we had, the UK, sadly, under Labour, had taken a different policy, had sided with had allowed these very obnoxious protests to take place in London, had taken steps to stop supporting Israel financially, militarily, and so we had no purchase with Israel, but we didn't have any influence with Hamas either. I don't think, not that I know of. So the UK had not a lot to say, but which is strange really, because the UK, we were the origins of the problem. I mean, if you look at the mandate that we had for
the Balfour Declaration,
well, all that, yes, we fulfilled one half of the Balfour Declaration, but not the other half.
Given the scale,
we created a homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine, but we didn't do anything to protect the rights, or not enough to protect the rights and aspirations of the Palestinian people. And I hope that what's going to happen now is that we will finally sort out that second objective. And the great thing about what Trump has done is that the surrounding Arab states are now going to be involved in that process. So it's immensely positive.
Given the scale of the casualties in Gaza, are the ICC justified in pursuing Benjamin Netanyahu for a criminal trial?
I don't think so. I really don't. And I'll be very candid with you. I think that any Prime Minister of Israel would have had to do something to stop an attack like October the 7th happening again. You know, suppose it had happened in the UK, right? Suppose we'd had a pro rata with a population of 60 million and 69 million, whatever we are. That would have been 8,000 or 9,000 people, men, women and children being tortured, killed, raped, whatever. There's screams all over British news day after day. Hundreds of hostages taken. Imagine what the House of Commons is going to do in those circumstances. Imagine what the British Parliament would do. Would they allow that to happen? Would they allow the organisation that did that to stay in power? No way. No way. He had to do something. And so, no, I don't think that the ICC is right. You know, I think it's a political gesture. Again, it achieves nothing. The Americans don't even recognize the ICC, as far as I know. They don't even recognize its jurisdiction.
I'd like to get your thoughts on the UK's role in the rebuild of Gaza.
I hope that the UK will play a big role in rebuilding Gaza, and I hope that there will be, you know, whether Tony Blair is there or not, that there's got to be some way of giving confidence to investors in Gaza, and there will be. I mean, it's got to be a Palestinian-run place, but without Hamas, and we've got to help that happen, and we've got to help trigger business investment. That's the best solution. I'll tell you a terrible, you know, in 2005, when all the Israeli settlers were pulled out, right, of Gaza, what happened was that a lot of aid money went in, quite rightly, and lots of businesses were set up, and lots of and some leisure facilities, right, like cafes and places where you could ride ponies and stuff. And there was a place called Crazy Water Park they set up in Gaza. And maybe our viewers can check this out if I've got this wrong, because I might have got this wrong, but this is what I was told. Crazy Water Park. And it was one of those places where you can go. I've got lots of little kids, and I've got lots of kids, but you know, have you ever been to a water park with the slides and stuff? And you go and you get stuck in the slides. Something that's very humiliating, but you plop into these pools. It's great fun. Okay, people go to these things. They love them. You take your family. They built one in Gaza, but Hamas, he freaked out because the women were going around without their headscarves on, and they were smoking in a public place. The women and there were men and women in bathing costumes. Well, of course you're going to be in a bathing costume. It's called Crazy Water Park, right? You're not going to wear a suit. It's ridiculous. But Hamas, in I think 2010, it had been running for a year or so. They came in the middle of the night, 40 guys in balaclava, in masks. They burnt down Crazy Water Park, right? Because it was religiously offensive. I mean, honestly, give me a break. You know, whoever is running Gaza has got to be, I mean, yes, you must be sensitive to people's religious feelings. Of course, of course, of course. But you've also got to have a bit of realism and compassion for the human race. We want to have fun. People want to take their families to Crazy Water Park, right? I'm pro Crazy Water Park. I'm anti-Hamas. That is my position. And I want the government of Gaza to be like that. And I think it can be. And I think it can be, I really believe that it can be a wonderful, but it'll be an Arab solution. It's got to be a Palestinian solution, but with help and with help
without Hamas.
But without Hamas, without the you know, the factional fighting, the zealotry, the ruthlessness, the cruelty. You know, we need to move on.
Moving on to UK politics now. What has been your assessment of Keir Starmer's premiership?
You seriously asking me this question? He was my opponent. He's terrible. I mean, you know, he's making it. Look, I mean, Britain's a wonderful country, okay? And nothing I say should in any way prejudice people's desire to come to London, have a wonderful time. I used to be mayor of the city for 8 years, as well as prime minister. It's a wonderful country. And it's a great place to be. But it's sad at the moment because Starmer doesn't know what to do. And he's making huge economic mistakes. He's taking too much in tax from businesses. He's driving people overseas. You know, I mean, well, I haven't seen this since the 1970s. When I was a kid, people were fleeing in the 70s under Labour. People were fleeing London. You remember? Well, you're far too young. You see, it's tragic. And now it's happening again. I haven't seen it. We haven't seen this for 50 years. People leaving the country because of a Labour government.
And him as a leader. Well, you spent a lot of time at the dispatch box. You argued with him.
He's a human bollard. He's like a. You know what? He pretends to be very much holier than thou. You know, he pretends to be righteous, but he took all these free suits, free spectacles. Imagine that. £8,000 spectacles he took from some Labour donor. It was a scandal. Free shoes, free everything. Ridiculous. And he gets pushed around. So I don't like what's happening with this China stuff. I'm not a Sinophobe, right? China's an amazing country. It's very important. China's a part of our lives. Every country. Saudi Arabia, every country has important business relations with China, and so does the UK. But you don't let China push you around. And then we did this thing, I don't know if you've seen this, but there's a couple of parliamentary researchers were accused of spying. And they've been, the case against them has been dropped. It looks like pressure from China. And we did this, I don't know if you saw it, we did this terrible deal on the Chagos Islands. Did you see this thing? We didn't sell the Chagos Islands. We gave them away, and we spent like £37 billion over the next 40 years or so, over a long. But it's a huge sum of money to expiate our guilt for having owned them in the first place. It's just mad. Why did we do this? It's completely incomprehensible unless you think that China has been pushing behind the scenes, because China and Mauritius are very close.
Do you see China?
So China has been, and so it's very weak of Starmer to give in to this kind of pressure. Very, very weak.
Do you see China as a real threat to the UK?
Well, I think it's very, very important to have a balanced approach. And as I said, China is a massively important economic partner. We sell lots of stuff to China. We have a certain amount of Chinese investment in the UK. That's great. But what you don't want is to be in a position where China calls the shots. No way. And so when it comes to British nuclear power or British 5G mobile telephony or whatever, you can't have China running it.
Labour were very critical of your government scandals, yet Angela Rayner has had to resign over questionable tax dealings. What is your take on that, and is this hypocrisy?
Well, I think there are, as I said to you before, I think there are a bunch of hypocrites, but worse, because a lot of the things they do are far worse than anything that happened in my government. So it's just weird. It's very peculiar. But the worst thing is their economic policies, and they're not showing the kind of leadership that the country needs at the moment. And
do they need a new leader? Andy Burnham is waiting in the wings.
There might be somebody even worse than Starmer.
Andy Burnham, what's your take on him?
Nice chap. He kind of looks like he's wearing mascara the whole time. You notice he's a very nice guy. He's all right. I always got on very well with Andy. I think being a mayor of Manchester suits him, and he's good campaigner for his own city. That's a very important thing. I don't know whether he would be an improvement on Starmer. I can't comment on that. I think the risk of changing Starmer is you might get something worse. Really, Starmer is pretty bad. What we have to do, the international markets have got to say make it clear to Rachel Reeves and Starmer, look, Britain is a great economy. You've got to curb public spending. You've got to curb welfare. You've got to get the budget back in order. But you can't keep putting up taxes and driving business away, because then you won't get any growth, and then they're in a doom loop now because of what they did in 2024. They put up taxes so much that business lost confidence and growth died, and so the tax revenues fell so much that they haven't got enough to pay for their commitments to the doctors, the nurses, to all the public sector. So the only thing they can do is it's November. It's next month, November the 26th. They're going to come back to the public and say we need more tax, which is going to be a vicious circle, and they're going to send the doom loop spiraling down. Do you see what I mean? So they need to get out of that doom loop, out of that nightmare, and into a virtuous circle of encouraging investment, encouraging productivity growth, moving people out of the state sector into the private sector. I mean, one thing that really encourages me is AI. I love AI. Do you use AI?
Absolutely.
Do you use ChatGPT? Do you love ChatGPT? I love ChatGPT. I love it. ChatGPT is fantastic. It's so nice. ChatGPT.
What do you use
so
it for? What do you use it for?
Well, I'm writing various books, and but I just use it. I just ask questions. You know that the answer, but ChatGPT always says, "Oh, your question's so clever. You're brilliant. You're excellent. You have such insight," and I love it. And it's so, and I think I see great promise in this technology, because, we're all simple human beings. Looking after the elderly costs an absolute fortune. Looking after the people with disabilities, everything, the welfare thing. If you have automated systems that can engage with people and say, "Oh, Mrs. Miggins, it's time for your pill. You need to do this. Do you need any help with your shopping? I can get you somebody." Oh, suddenly you're going to be able to bring the costs down of the welfare system. You're going to bring the cost down of the healthcare system, and look at something like HS2. HS2, which is the big railway, which we had to cancel. The disaster. We were now only going to Birmingham. We've already got a train to Birmingham. We don't need to have another huge high-speed train to Birmingham. We need to go to Manchester. We need to go all the way up the country.
Is this not a bipartisan? Yeah.
No, let me just finish my point, because it's an original point. If HS2 costs £100 billion, right? 100 billion roughly to build this high-speed railway, most of the cost of that is going on lawyers and environmental impact assessments and planning applications and all sorts of stuff that is not actually digging tunnels or putting railway lines or building trains. It's all about legal nonsense, most of it, like 50% at least. So much of that can be done by AI. You don't need this stuff anymore. You can massively accelerate the legal processes. So what I'm saying is, the UK should be. We are the world leader in AI. One of the world leaders. I mean, we have fantastic. We should be using that lead to cut the cost of government. And if you cut the cost of government, then you can put that money back into the pockets of people and stimulate growth. And that's the way to get out of or one of the ways to get out of the doom loop.
Regarding tax, it was Margaret Thatcher who said that this is her 100th birthday today. She said, the problem with socialists is they eventually run out of other people's money. Is that still the case today?
Yes. I mean, they're getting, well, I mean, as I say, it's a great country. Don't worry, always invest in Britain. But, you know, they're getting to this. So long-term government gilt yields, so that's the cost of borrowing for Britain, is the highest it's been for 30 years. And that means that so the markets are saying, we doubt more than we did your ability to pay us. And that's bad. Britain's never defaulted in all of our, the 1,000-year history.
What would Thatcher make of the UK now?
I think she'd think some things were pretty amazing, and I think she'd be disappointed with others. I think there's a lack of conviction, and there's a lack of self-belief, and we've kind of got into a sort of moral confusion about some things, you know.
Such as?
Well, such as Ukraine, you know, where some people don't see how. It's kind of like back in the 80s when you had some people defending the Soviet Union, and some people now actually defend Putin, and it's crazy.
Staying with UK politics and moving on to Reform UK and Nigel Farage, they're soaring in the polls. What do you make of them?
I think that there's I would say that my own party, the Conservative Party, should be the natural beneficiary of Labour's unpopularity. We should be doing much, much better. I think, honestly, this won't surprise your viewers, and I'm going to be, you've got to forgive me, but I think we had a huge, I was elected with a huge mandate with 44% of the vote. I had 44% of the vote in, which is a record, as high as it's been for 4 years, in 2019. And I think it was a mistake for us to change horses when we did, and then we lost big time in 24, and we just haven't recovered our forward momentum.
Do you think it's just desserts after they ousted you?
I think Kemi is doing a very good job, and she's excellent. But I think there's a lot of disenchantment. I think the voters are very cheesed off. They think the Tories just descended into factional squabbling. Labour's hopeless. Let's try these new guys. Now, I think the problem with the new guys is that, well, I mean, there are lots of problems. But, I think their economic prospectus is no good, and I think they're not much good on Russia, Ukraine either.
Do you think Nigel Farage could become the Prime Minister of the UK?
I mean, I know there's such speculation. I think it's unlikely. I think he has a very big hill to climb to get there. It's clear that the best bet is for the Tory party. It's a long way to go till the election, sadly. I mean, because we should try and get rid of Labour as fast as possible. But the best bet is for the Tory party to get their act together and recover. Kelly's very good. She gave a great speech at the party conference.
Yes, absolutely.
Very good. All about helping young people to buy their own home. Brilliant. That's what we want. Young people feel cut out of things because they can't get property. Tories help them. Tories win when we help young people get property.
David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary of the UK, he called Nigel Farage a fascist. Is that fair?
Look, I mean, I think that there's far too much sort of pointless name calling in. I don't know what they mean by that. I don't see that. What I do see is too much of Putin apologizing, for Putin, and an unclear economic strategy. I also worry that, I'm not certain what the real agenda is for the UK. What's the growth agenda? I don't see it. You need a growth agenda. You need to do some of the things I was talking about. You need to be cutting spending. You need to be cutting taxes. You need to be stimulating investment, using technology. That's what we should be doing.
And across Europe, is uncontrolled illegal migration, is that driving the political zeitgeist? Is it driving it to the right?
Yes, but thankfully, in the UK, we took back control of full legal control of immigration. So, when I was one of the first things that I did when I was trying 2019, 2020, we had this huge battle to come out of the EU. And the rules of the EU say that if you want to come from another EU country into Britain, you can. And not only that, but you can have a job, you can do whatever you want, you can get benefits. That's what the EU says. And so that meant 450 million people could come to the UK with nothing to stop them. So we took back control of our borders in the sense that if we want to, we can have zero legal immigration. Zero. You say, no, sorry, you want to come to the UK? No. The more difficult, the thing that really annoys people is the sight of illegal immigration. And that is a real nightmare because you've got people crossing the channel illegally and coming to the country, and that needs to end. And we had a brilliant plan to do that when I was Prime Minister. We were going to, so just before I sadly left office, we had a plan called the Rwanda Plan, which was basically these guys were going to arrive in their boats across the channel from France and find that Kent was twinned with Kigali, and we were going to hit them like a before they even got to find their way to the accommodation. They would be back to Africa, Central West Africa.
What stopped that plan?
Lawyers for too long. But there's no reason why it shouldn't work. And I think one of the mistakes we made was not waiting until we'd got it working before calling the election. But I was out of office then. But we should have. That was the thing. It's a brilliant idea, and as soon as people started hearing about it in the camps in Calais, they started thinking, "Oh my God!" And they stopped coming in such numbers.
Reform and Nigel Farage are suggesting that the UK should leave the European Commission on Human Rights, the ECHR. What's your opinion on that?
It's not the only thing. It's not a silver bullet. Leaving the ECHR I think it's a good thing to do, a respectable thing to do now, but it's not the only thing you need to do. I mean, there are various things you need to do.
The UK must leave it.
It should do, yeah. I mean, it's because it's become a very different beast from what it was. It's now, it's Strasbourg. The Strasbourg court is much more adventurous in trying to, and much more political than it was 30 years ago. So yes, get out of that. But then there are various. I think we've more or less got it. So the problem we had with Rwanda was that the left-wing lawyers all said, well, you can't send people to Rwanda because Rwanda is a frightening place where they had a genocide in recent memory, and what if their human rights of people are abused in Rwanda? So we had to show laboriously that wasn't true, and that Rwanda was. It's true now. Rwanda is actually a very well-run country, and it was still, but because of the the courts continually finding small objections, just trivial things about, I can't even remember what it was. We had to pass a law, which was basically the Rwanda is safe law. And it said, Rwanda, great place, in the view of the British Parliament. And so that trumped the judicial objections.
Did you visit Rwanda?
Yeah, I have done. Yeah. Have you been there?
No.
It's great. I mean, it's unbelievably clean. I think you probably get severely punished for dropping chewing gum in the street, quite properly. But, it's beautiful.
Could quitting the ECHR, that will interfere with the Good Friday Agreement? Do you think that leaving the ECHR will push towards Irish reunification?
Oh, I don't think so. No. I don't think that's I don't think that follows at all. I think that there's been a Northern Ireland has been part of the United Kingdom since before the Convention on Human Rights, before the ECHR, before I think things will go on.
And of course,
as long as that's the will.
Yes, of course, in the Good Friday Agreement, it says there has to be identical levels of laws, both economically and socially. Hence, leaving the ECHR, it may and it will cause issues within the Good Friday Agreement.
I think that what we would say is that people's rights were going to be protected in the UK, whatever happened in all parts of the UK. And that people in Northern Ireland would not be in any way disadvantaged by comparison with people in the rest of the island of Ireland. So, people in this country really do have their rights protected. I don't think that the ECHR makes any difference, and I think it'd be pretty easy to show that. I mean, the convention is written into British law anyway.
Moving on to the Conservatives now, your own party. We just had the Conservative Party conference. Kemi Badenoch, she spoke passionately. What did you make of her performance?
Outstanding. I told you already. I think she had a great conference, great announcement of the cut in stamp duty, something for everybody who is hoping to buy a home. Stamp duty is a terrible tax, freezing up the property market. Great news.
A rather simple question now. Do you miss frontline politics, and how are you filling your days now?
I'm very, very happy. I mean, I'm very honoured to come on your show, obviously, but I'm very happy. I got a lot on my plate. I got 4 children of 5 and under. I've got, it's a lot of work. I've got to try and pay for my wife's kitchen. I've got to do all sorts. It's a full-time job. I'm writing a lot. I'm drawing and painting and doing. I've got lots of stuff to do. So I'm very happy. I'm frustrated by the way Labour is taking things. So I want the Tories to come back.
President Trump made a miraculous return to politics, as did Winston Churchill, who is one of your great idols.
Yes.
I'm not a betting man, Boris, but I would say it's not beyond the realms of possibility that we shall see you kind of back in frontline politics.
Well, look, I mean, I think I've compared it before to being reincarnated as an olive, or it's about as likely, or being blinded by a champagne cork. It is statistically possible. You can get lost or locked in a disused fridge. Or,
not impossible.
It's statistically. I mean, anything can happen. But water can flow uphill. But it's unlikely. It's unlikely. I got to be. I'm looking at. I want my party to come back and to get organised. That's the best solution.
And if it continues to go in the opposite direction, would you feel duty bound?
It will. I think it'll. I think. You know what I think? The idea. I think the people will be so they will get their act together. They will get.
You've won every election as well. I think you've ever fought. So
yeah.
Is it a case that if you're called for, you wouldn't come back?
I think that the Tory party would be much. They will recover of their own. They've got lots of talent. They've got ideas now. They're being grown up about their policies. We need the reform. This great bubble. It's like a pumpkin or a squash or gourd. One of those things that has been inflated with drips of water for a prize for a marrow. Have you ever seen that? When maybe my grandmother used to grow prize marrows and squashes and things, and they were always filled with water, so they exploded. That's what's going to happen to reforms. It's going to blow up.
With the Tories down, Labour wobbling, Reform are rising, do you rule out a coalition between the Conservatives and Reform?
Well, neither of them seem to want such an arrangement. So if there is, it's it's one of those romances that is taking a long time to get going.
Moving on to free speech in the UK, there's been growing concern about the restrictions on free speech. We've seen the Irish comedian Graham Linehan, or the writer of Father Ted. He was arrested at Heathrow by 5 officers for tweets regarding the trans community.
I saw that. He's the guy who wrote Father Ted. Yeah, look, I think this whole thing's gone a bit crazy. I mean, 20 years ago, this thing didn't even exist. This whole trans thing. Nobody told us that this was. I don't remember any discussion of this. And now you can't say anything that's
offensive.
I think everybody just needs to calm down, and I think yes, people should be polite, but people should also grow a bit of a thicker skin. There's too much policing of tweets. But what we mustn't do is start to say that things like the Father Ted guy being persecuted for his tweets, it's not as bad. It's not the same as what's happening in Russia. It's not the same as what's happening in China. I mean, Russia, you literally have journalists shot. You have thousands and thousands of people locked up. If you're an opponent of Putin, you get poisoned or you get sent to a concentration camp. That doesn't happen in Britain, right? And so we've got to a stage where we're sort of making a false equivalence between ourselves and other countries, and that's rubbish. That's rubbish.
Elon Musk is very vocal on this matter. He has tweeted out numerous times in regards to the UK, make 1984 fiction again. What do you think of his sentiments, and what do you think of Elon Musk?
He's a brilliant guy. I mean, I know him a bit, and I've talked to him. He's an absolutely brilliant guy, amazing guy. And there's a point. What he says about and what people say about free speech is correct. There is an issue, and we have to be vigilant in support of free speech. And people should not be jailed for one single tweet that they delete almost immediately. But you can't compare that with North Korea, where if you say something that the regime doesn't like, you get strapped in front of an anti-aircraft gun and blown to smithereens. That's different, right? So let's keep the moral difference.
And just staying with Elon Musk, do you think he was perhaps caught off guard? He didn't expect the political backlash he received for coming out and supporting Trump in the way he did, or entering frontline politics?
He obviously believed in it. I think he tried his best with Doge, but I think sometimes business people do find politics quite frustrating, because if you're a big businessman and a big leader in it, you're used to being able to tell people, you do this, and then it gets done. In politics, it's not quite like that. It's more, this...
How is it?
You've got to know where all the kind of, the groups are. You've got to know who's going to push back. You've got to be quite an operator. And I think...
It seems wildly inefficient.
Yes, it is. It is. And I think, I think the whole Doge thing was a good idea. We should do it here.
Moving on to a topic that's very close to your heart is the war in Ukraine. During your time as Prime Minister, you were the first world leader to visit Ukraine. You led what's now dubbed the Coalition of the Willing. What, in your mind, does peace ultimately look like in Ukraine?
I hope that peace will look like, I don't know what the exact geography of Ukraine will be. I hope that Russia will get out of as much as possible. They can be persuaded to withdraw as much as possible. I mean, they have it's pointless holding on to this land. They'll have to spend a huge amount of money remediating it, investing in it. They're better off out of it. But I hope it will involve a free, sovereign, independent Ukraine. That's the most important thing. And I think it will. And the faster we get to that solution, the better. And we need to speed up, because this war's been going on for 3.5 years. And as Donald Trump rightly says, too many people are being killed. And it can end. It should end. And, I would do several things to bring it to an end as fast as possible. I would, number one, I would take that, there's $300 billion of Putin's money frozen in a bank account called Euroclear in Brussels. Maybe, the biggest chunk is in that bank account. That money could be taken, unfrozen, and given to the Ukrainians in advance as a down payment on the bill the Russians will have to pay for reparations, and that would be huge. That's a serious amount of money for Ukraine. 150, 200 billion, 300 billion. That would sort them out for at least 2 years, right? Putin would look at that and he'd think, oh God, I got to keep fighting for 2 more years. And Putin's economy is not looking good right now. Number two, the weapons that the Ukrainians have, they should be given the permissions to send those weapons to take out the Russian bases. Man, Putin's bombing Ukrainian cities every night with drones, with missiles, these bases in Russia. The Ukrainians should have the permission to take out those bases and do more to take out the Russian oil refineries. Number three, I think that we need to be doing more to crack down on the shadow fleet. Putin's got all these oil tankers that are breaking the sanctions. Sink them, or something should happen to them to stop this. I wouldn't. You must stay within the law. You tell people on board the boats that their time's up, they must get off, but then we should stop this. Then you've got to be tougher on the countries that are keeping Putin going by buying his oil. They're funding his war machine. And Trump has shown the way. Other countries need to do the same. For the fifth thing, you talk about the coalition of the willing. What is this argument fundamentally about? Fundamentally, the question is Ukraine part of a Russian empire, a Russian sphere of influence? Is it basically controlled from Moscow? Or is it a free country, a free democracy that can do what it wants? And so the coalition of the willing, the European ground forces, they should go now. They should go now to Ukraine. They should go to Kyiv.
Boots on the ground?
Boots on the ground now. In the safe parts of Ukraine. Most of you, I go there quite a lot. I'm sure you do. Most of Ukraine is perfectly safe to visit, right?
And what if those troops were targeted or hit by a missile?
Yeah,
does that risk escalation?
No. Well, you could say the same about anybody who goes to Ukraine. So send them there, doing backup, doing logistics, doing training, stuff like that, away from the front line. They're, under no circumstances are these guys going to be fighting, shooting against Russians. Never. That's not going to happen. So given that is never going to happen, there's no reason why they can't go now. And the reason for sending them now is because that shows to Putin our answer to the question, what is Ukraine? We're saying Ukrainians decide now and forever who their alliances are with, which foreign troops come onto their soil, and not Moscow. Do you see what I mean? So the boots on the ground is an opportunity to clear up the ambiguity. Ukraine has suffered for too long, since 91 when it was created. It has suffered from this ambiguity. The Ukrainians want to be free. They want to be independent.
President Trump, he recently met with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Do you think, in the same way as he's done in Gaza, is Trump capable of brokering a peace in Ukraine?
Yes, if he does the things that I've mentioned, and he can, and if also I think he needs to, so like he did with Hamas and with Netanyahu, he needs to show to Putin that Trump wants Ukraine to be free. And I think once Putin understands that that's what America's real objective is, they will find a way through. They will sort it out.
There are some corners of the world, particularly online, that say perhaps a Russian victory may be inevitable simply due to the size comparison of the countries. How do you respond to that?
But Russia is losing. I mean, obviously, they've been saying that Ukraine is going to be conquered for 3 years, and Russia has still taken less than 20% of Ukrainian territory, and half of Russia's oil refineries are now out of action, quite a big proportion, 30-40% are out of action. They have terrible problems, and this is Ukraine doing this to them. They need a way out of this thing. They're not going to conquer the whole of Ukraine. They need a solution, and it'd be the best thing for Putin. Putin, he controls the media. He can say, "I've won." He can say, "I've cleared all the Nazis out of Ukraine. That's it. Voila. And no more Nazis." I mean, there never were any Nazis, but he can say that. And get the thing over with. I think Trump is in a position to put pressure on Putin. I really do.
I'll just end.
Other people have got to back. But the Europeans, we've all got to support Trump in exerting more pressure. America can't do it on its own.
And I'd just like to end our time, Boris, with a quote about legacy from your great idol, Sir Winston Churchill. He said, "History shall be kind to me, for I intend to write it." What will be the legacy of Boris Johnson?
I'm proud of having given my country back, or helped to give my country back, its constitutional legal independence. That was the thing I was elected to do. I think that it was also important that we, because of that freedom, we were able to vaccinate people. I know you may worry about vaccinations, but we vaccinated people more quickly than any other European country, more than virtually any other country in the world. And so we came out of lockdowns faster. I'm also proud that the UK was able to work to ensure the freedom of another European country, and that Ukraine was not crushed. It's the battle, the fight is still not over, but at least we helped to avert a catastrophe in the first few weeks and months. I think there's a few other things, but it's quite enough to be going on with. I think constitutional legal independence is important.
Boris Johnson, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
They seized our homes and refused to leave them.
We launched the attack and destroyed the enemy's capabilities.
There is a security concern, and this concern is related to Al-Shabaab.
I opened the car window and saw my legs severed.
She disappeared for a while and came back pregnant in the camp.
We achieved major victories. We defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
It is very important that we see more embassies opening in Mogadishu.
If they give us the chance, we will return here tomorrow.
Somalia faces major challenges, with more than 60% of its population affected by nearly 2 decades of ongoing clashes with Al-Shabaab. The Kawarai militia, as Somalis call it, seeks to overthrow the government and establish its own rule.
There is a security concern, and this concern is linked to Al-Shabaab, which is not only an extremist movement that uses violence to achieve its goals, but also a movement that runs parallel to the state and tries to impose a complete alternative reality in parts of this country.
واقعاً كاملاً في أجزاء من هذه الدولة.
Al-Shabaab was founded in 2004, and its first public appearance under its current name came in 2006 on the ruins of a state that had been torn apart and exhausted by civil wars. In that same year, the United States designated it a terrorist organization. It served as the military wing of the Islamic Courts Union, which had consolidated its control over Mogadishu and the south of the country, becoming a major force through a system of Sharia court. In 2007, the movement split from the Union, which had refused to remain silent in the face of Ethiopian intervention, having become a magnet for many extremist currents with backing from Eritrea.
We are dealing with a Somali phenomenon that naturally crosses borders, receives support from abroad, and works to strengthen and cultivate its ties with other terrorist groups. Yet it has a distinctly Somali character. They say it is largely self-funded and entrenches its presence. Militarily, it constantly wages hit-and-run attacks and exploits clan disputes. And it exploits the lack of coordination between the central government and the regions, attacking weak positions.
The movement's current emir is Ahmed Diriye, known as Abu Ubada al-Somali, succeeding Ahmed Abdi, known as Mukhtar Abdul Rahman Abu Zubair, who was killed in a U.S. airstrike in 2014. 2 years earlier, the movement had pledged allegiance to Al-Qaeda, revealing an even more brutal face.
When the explosion happened, I heard that I had lost my leg. I saw thick smoke rising beneath me. I couldn't believe I was the target. I opened the car window and saw my severed leg. I panicked at the horror of what I saw. I jumped out of the car and crawled 4 or 5 steps. Nearby, there was an army checkpoint on the road leading to the airport. It is a heavily guarded area,
I heard intense gunfire. Then the first soldier came toward me. I identified myself as a journalist because they thought I was the suicide bomber. After that, the soldiers took me to the hospital. The damage done to me is visible, but I did not bow to their intimidation and threats. I did not stop my work or my education, and I believe I defeated them. I did not give in to what they were demanding of me.
It was a bloody period after which the Somali army entered. A new phase of decisive, intensive field operations targeting the rebels' strongholds.
Battles between al-Shabaab and the state keep recurring. In the past, we would leave our homes and then come back. But now, the fighting methods have changed because al-Shabaab fighters seized our homes and refused to leave them, so the state brought in its artillery and began shelling them.
This approach began under former President Sharif. Sheikh Ahmed continued under President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud during his first term, and then under his successor, Mohamed Abdullahi Mohamed, known as Farmayo. The year 2022 marked a decisive turning point in the fight against terrorism, when the government, with the support of the African Union mission, dealt heavy blows to the extremists.
Since the arrival of President Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud to power in May 2022, the state declared a war against those outside the law. Major campaign in which the state prevailed and the rebels suffered heavy defeats. We drove them out of many areas they used to control. When we speak of a distance of 30 kilometers from Mogadishu, we mean the towns of Balad and Basra. We also pushed them away from the Haradhir area, 8 kilometers from Mogadishu. We can say that the Somali state now controls around 90 to 95% of the territory.
Al-Shabaab bases its strategy on choosing cities in strategic locations to serve as its strongholds. The latest area to be liberated from its grip was the town of Baria, about 60 kilometers from Mogadishu. The town served as a forward base for the group's fighters, from which they planned and managed operations against the capital and its surroundings.
Baria is an important area. First, it is agricultural land. Second, it is close to the towns of Maro and Afgoy all the way to Marca, which makes it strategically important for the enemy. The terrorists try to move closer to the area, disrupt people's lives, and control the road leading to Mogadishu. Securing Baria is part of the operation. The military operation we called Silent Storm. The town has a strategic location, allowing us to monitor movements in the surrounding areas, on both sides.
Clashes have changed the face of the town after it spent a period behind the front lines. Motionless bodies bear witness to a fierce struggle, and hope is renewed for residents to return to their homes again.
Shabab fighters came and ordered all the residents to leave. They told them they did not want to see any of them here. All our people want to return to their homes. If they give us the chance, we will come back here tomorrow.
There is no current danger. What remains is to comb the area carefully, clear the mines they planted, and search for any remnants that could still harm people. Once we finish this important process, we will allow people to return to their homes. We will continue and move on to other areas, including Oudale.
Somali clans have also stepped in after growing fed up with the extortion payments imposed on them by force. A tribal uprising was a decisive factor in tipping the balance of the confrontation, drawing on its intimate knowledge of the terrain and the fighters' movements.
Those we call the Kawari, or outlaws, who controlled southern Somalia, are from the Al-Shabaab group, based in the south of Iorajao, and then near in Puntland all the way to the far end of Jubaland, where Ras Kamboni is located, an Islamist military front. In the north, specifically, in the Golis Mountains and in Al-Miskat, ISIS is present. We have achieved major victories. With the help of the Puntland army and people, we have defeated the Al-Shabaab front and the ISIS front.
The escalation peaked in March 2025, when there was an attempt to target President Hassan Sheikh Mohamud's convoy with a roadside landmine near the presidential palace. This bloody approach is not limited to striking state institutions and symbols. It targets anyone who opposes the movement's extremist ideology.
They wanted to silence me, to make me keep quiet. They were targeting public figures, so that ordinary people would feel despair when they saw one or two such people killed. Among public figures, to terrorize society and destabilize the state. They want to frighten the people. Personally, I did not feel fear and did not leave my country as other journalists did. We stayed and continued talking about them. They will come to an end. One day.
Illegal taxes, smuggling, kidnapping and extortion, money laundering and external support. This is how the movement funds its terrorist activities, providing it with around $100 million a year, according to the U.S. Treasury Department.
This funding is sustained, and it is aided by a kind of pragmatism in dealing with clans. Sometimes trying to win them over, sometimes standing against them, and terrorizing those clans, dealing with them in ways that avoid direct confrontations. Addressing this requires a great deal of work, not only from Somali society, but from the Somali state and from the country's brothers and partners.
We have put in place an economic program to combat the Al-Shabaab terrorist movement, and we established a financial intelligence center to fight terrorist groups economically. We have succeeded in tightening the economic noose around them and cutting off their financial support. According to the latest reports, we have managed to close 575 accounts linked to the movement and have frozen 21 bank accounts.
International and regional alliances have stepped in and tightened the noose around these groups through ongoing operations to drive them out of their positions, mainly in the south and center of the country.
Neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti have helped us. They have been part of the African Union peacekeeping mission since 26, as well as Uganda, one of the African countries supporting us. These states have joined us at every stage of the fight against terrorism. Their soldiers are part of the PIA, African Union forces. Without their efforts on Somalia's security, terrorism would also have reached neighboring countries such as Kenya, Ethiopia, and Djibouti. Somalia itself is deeply interconnected with its neighboring states.
The movement has lost much of its influence after the renewed pressure on it, combined with intensive U.S. airstrikes, and a series of defections has also thrown it into disarray and undermined its organizational structure.
I broke away from Al-Shabaab after a long ordeal. Their only goal is destruction and sabotage. They show no mercy to the weak, and life among them was harsh and difficult. I surrendered to the government. I want to live a dignified life, and pledged to fight them alongside the government forces and defend the country against those who kill people.
I used to think they represented Islam, and that anyone who opposed their ideas was a disbeliever. I even joined them and believed in their ideology. But their brutal killing of innocents and my inability to bear it pushed me to flee, especially after they ordered me to carry out a brutal killing operation. Before carrying it out, I decided to escape.
لكن قبل تنفيذ ذلك قررت الهروب.
Mogadishu, which used to fall asleep to the sound of explosions and wake up to security fears and bullet marks on the walls, has now begun to regain its long-forgotten features. A cautious calm prevails under constant vigilance. Security checkpoints are everywhere, with heavy concrete barriers at the city's intersections. Military patrols monitor all entry points closely. A daily inspection routine is still present on every corner. Soba Street, which witnessed the deadliest terrorist attacks in the capital's history in October 2017 and October 2022, is now entering a new phase of construction and development in an effort to restore the security that years of violence have taken away. Bakara Market, one of the largest markets in the Horn of Africa and the center of economic life in Somalia. For years, it was an open battlefield between warlords, Al-Shabaab fighters, and peacekeeping forces. The place's memory takes us back to 1992, when the state of chaos and social fragmentation prompted the United Nations to intervene militarily under U.S. leadership in what was then called Operation Restore Hope.
Today, I informed Secretary General Boutros Ghali that America will respond to the call. I have given Secretary Cheney the order to deploy a substantial American force to Somalia.
The clashes in and around Bakara Market escalated, and the market gained worldwide notoriety, especially after the events of October 3, 1993, the Battle of Mogadishu, when General Mohammed Farah Aidid's forces shot down 2 U.S. Black Hawk helicopters and dragged the bodies of their crew through the area.
This past weekend, we all reacted with anger and horror when an armed Somali gang desecrated the bodies of our American soldiers and paraded an American pilot as a captive. These tragic events raise difficult questions about our efforts in Somalia. Why are we still there?
The fierce battles left 19 American soldiers dead, after which U.S. forces withdrew from Somalia in 1994. Today, with tighter security and an increased police presence inside, the market is seeing a noticeable recovery for both consumers and traders.
Anyone who knows Bakara Market knows well that it has gone through major problems. In the past, there were serious obstacles related to security, the economy, and commercial competition. These challenges plunged us into a cycle of fear, killings and bombings, and hardship. There were huge explosions in nearby areas that caused many problems for our people. Thank God, there is a big difference between what we went through in the past and where we are today.
The relative stabilization of conditions has boosted commercial activity and extended to livestock markets, the backbone of Somalia's economy for centuries, the main source of livelihood for most of its people.
This market was established in 2005. Large numbers of goats and sheep are brought here. Trade is going well. Prices rise at times and fall at others. A sheep costs between $250 and $300, and a goat between $120 and $160. The market receives around 6,000 head of sheep each month, and during the Eid periods the number rises to about 60 or 70,000 head.
Ada International Airport, named after the country's first president, is regaining its air traffic after being destroyed following the overthrow of Siad Barre's regime.
We have here 23 domestic flights a day to local airports, and we also have 17 international flights. We work with Interpol, which makes it easier for us to identify all those on watch lists. We are keen to arrest criminals, and those working with organizations such as Al-Qaeda, ISIS, and Al-Shabaab. It has also become easier for us because we have a system known as the Fraud Detection Unit, FDU, which allows us to detect forged passports and visas and catch forgers.
The airport is one of the most heavily guarded sites in the capital, particularly in the Green Zone. It is a strategic hub for the government and international organizations, which makes it a target.
We facilitate the arrival and movement of our international partners here, but dealing with Al-Qaeda, Al-Shabaab, and ISIS is very difficult at times, because they can easily change their names and alter their records. Sometimes there are people who work with them and try to bring them into the country so that they can operate here more easily.
Mogadishu Port, the maritime heart of the capital, and the country's economic gateway to the Indian Ocean, is regaining its competitive position among Africa's major ports despite past setbacks.
Last year in Mogadishu, port became the second-best port in sub-Saharan Africa. The first was also Somalia's Berbera port, and we are trying to reach first place this year. Last year's estimates indicated that more than 400 ships arrived here. And as conditions improve and peace returns to Somalia, many business people have begun to benefit, not only in imports but also in exports, for example, to Kenya, Asia, and Arab countries. This is very positive for our business community. We have also put in place an advanced system under which all incoming ships undergo thorough inspections. Everything entering through our ports is checked. Everything entering through our ports is checked. And we have one of the most modern scanning devices in the region.
Directing domestic and foreign investment into infrastructure is an important step to boost An economy that faces major challenges such as poverty and youth unemployment exceeding 70%.
In Somalia, young people make up about 75% of the population, and their ages range from 18 to 50 years old, which means that we have an overall promising human capital. Even in terms of technology, we are developing significantly compared to neighboring countries. We have very good internet, so it is expected that the government will raise the economic growth rate to about 5 to 6%. As for average annual income per capita, it used to be around $300 and is now close to $600 to $700, which in itself is a clear improvement. The country has also launched a Vision 2060, under which we hope to raise average daily income per person from $2 to $5.
In addition to the traditional engines of development, new promising sectors are emerging, bringing fresh opportunities for investment and growth.
We still have great hopes of finding oil and gas, and exploration has already begun. So we are currently very optimistic economically. Our GDP growth rate is about 3 to 4%. We have 4 main sectors driving economic development: livestock, agriculture, fishing, and now we have started entering the oil and gas sector, which gives us substantial and diversified potential to drive our economic growth.
Despite the fragility of the economic recovery indicators, they have encouraged Somali investor Abdinur Gutel to establish his project in the heart of Makkah al-Mukarramah Street, which was once the scene of bloody bombings.
Somalia is our country. We were working here before this project was set up. We see it as a social duty. If we don't do it, no one else will. That's why we wanted to invest in Somalia, to create jobs for Somali youth who used to risk their lives at sea to migrate to Europe and other countries. We have hired many of them, and people from the wider community. And we have also created a platform where all Somali companies can showcase their products and services for the Somali people.
Economic momentum has been strengthened by Somalia's accession to the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa and the East African Community. This step falls within a broader trend of economic diplomacy, which requires diplomatic openness that brings the country back onto the international stage.
It is very important for us to see more embassies opening in Mogadishu. We are working on this every day with our international partners, and going forward, we look forward to opening more embassies and missions. Diplomatic missions in Mogadishu. We work closely in line with our strategic vision at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to open more diplomatic missions around the world, especially in countries with which we have good and strong ties.
A political approach that runs up against various obstacles. In an unusual scene, on the side of the road, the pavements turn into spaces to display and sell the shilling, Somalia's local currency, bundles of banknotes that reflect high levels of inflation, which forced the government to adopt the dollar as an alternative currency alongside the emergence of electronic payment systems. Somalia's location has had a major impact on its political and economic makeup, past and present, making it a constant focal point of competition between great powers.
Its geographic position is clear: the Gulf of Aden, Bab al-Mandeb, and a coastline of 3,330 kilometers, the second longest coast in Africa. In sea lands of great importance, you are talking about a country emerging from conflict that has entered a zone of intense international competition, with multiple regional states competing over control of the maritime gateways in Africa and beyond. Naturally, This location puts it in the eye of these storms. The second, and very important, point for Somalia is that it forms the first line of contact in this part of the Horn of Africa and the Arab world in the fight against terrorism.
القرن الإفريقي والمنطقة من الوطن العربي في محاربة الإرهاب.
The same strategic location takes us back to a pivotal era in Somalia's history, when its unique geography in the Horn of Africa drew the interest of the major colonial powers, which redrew its borders according to their interests. After independence, Somalis began the journey of building a unified state, but successive conflicts threw Arab, African Somalia back into a spiral of fragmentation.
The most prosperous era in Somalia's history was when the country gained independence from British and Italian colonial rule and later united into a single entity, the Somali Republic, on 1 July 1960 until January 1975. Since that date, Somalia's trajectory began to decline sharply after the military regime executed 10 Somali elders who opposed the regime's so-called family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. Who opposed what the regime called the family law, legislation that sought to impose legal measures of a secular nature. That gave women greater equality with men. After that, Somalia entered the 1977 war with Ethiopia, a war that gradually led to the weakening of the Somali state and to its eventual collapse.
Following these deep divisions, international and Arab efforts emerged to bring the parties together and overcome political and security complexities.
During the collapse of President Siad Barre's government, may he rest in peace, and up to the establishment of the first transitional government in 2004, the Arab League had an envoy, and from that time on, we began trying to calm tempers between the Somali parties. In 2006, we held negotiations in Khartoum between the Somali transitional government and the Islamic courts. In 2008, we opened an Arab League mission during some of the darkest times when Somali society and its government were suffering from rampant violence.
As internal fighting worsened, federalism emerged as a political option for bringing people together, granting the region's broad self-rule within a unified state, producing 6 states, the most recent of which is the northeastern state, a direction rejected by Somaliland in the north of the country, which unilaterally declared secession in 1991. Today, this African country stands in the middle, seeking a delicate balance between its internal obligations and the pressures of geopolitics.
From a geopolitical perspective, our core vision is to work closely with all our partners, including our neighbors, because every challenge we face. As a government, we see as an opportunity to cooperate with states that are serious about working with us on the basis of respect for our sovereignty, our unity, and our national and international interests.
In the outskirts of the city, tin shack neighborhoods appear as a forced refuge for thousands of families fleeing conflict zones. Most live on limited means amid a total absence of infrastructure and basic services. A fragile social fabric further burdened by an extreme climate. It struck local community, stability, and left nearly 4 million people suffering from food insecurity out of a population of 19 million. In another part of Somalia's map, among these tents, are stories that led thousands of families to join the Mamis displacement camp in the Danail area. Hassan Ibrahim was one of those who left Baidoa in south-central Somalia during a mass displacement of more than 700,000 people.
I left my area because of drought, hunger, and problems. We've been here for 4 years. We have nowhere to go and cannot find good work. I used to farm and herd livestock. My wife, my children, and I fled after our animals died because the pastures dried up. We came here suffering from many problems.
We've been here for 2 years. We came from Lower Shabelle. My younger sister, Lula, lost her eyesight. We took her to the hospital. But the treatment was very expensive. They asked for a large amount, around $700 or $800, which we cannot possibly afford. Our father went to the countryside looking for work, and our mother works as a porter in Bakara market. Sometimes she earns money, and sometimes she doesn't. We can only have dinner when she gets paid. This is our situation.
Forced movements with different causes, yet all meet at one point, the struggle for survival.
The number of people here is large. They came from the regions of Middle Shabelle and Lower Shabelle, from places like Bay and Bakul, and all the areas beyond Afgoy, Kurioli, and Shalambud. Water shortages and clashes pushed them to come to this camp. Last week I was told that one woman suffered a psychological breakdown because of the fighting. She disappeared for a while and returned pregnant to the camp. There are also some wounded who were hit by gunfire. Here there is both one thing and its opposite. In a striking shift in migration routes, Somalia has gone from being a source of refugees to a destination for those fleeing crises. Crises no less complex than the reality of this Arab African country.
During the war in Syria, there was a lot of chaos. After I graduated in 2017 or 2018, work conditions were bad, few job opportunities, difficulty starting your own business, and many hardships. Also because of the military situation, we had compulsory service, so I was forced to work abroad. I contacted friends who were already in Somalia. They encouraged me and said job opportunities were good. The climate was good, life was comfortable, and there were no problems at all. And now I am bound by a contract with the group here, and I'm comfortable. And of course, I'm thinking of returning, now that Assad is gone.
أنا يمنية أعيش في الصومال وصار لي من 2021.
I am Yemeni. I have been living in Somalia since 2021. I was in Turkey with my father when I met my husband there, and it happened that I returned to Somalia because of my husband's job. He is an engineer here. I came in 2021 and started a project. The project was a simple idea with a big dream. I love that Somalia is truly a country worth investing in, and I advise anyone to invest here. So I wanted to start a home-based project with simple handmade touches.
أفتح مشروع من البيت بلمسات يد بسيطة.
Somalia today stands at a crossroads between the legacy of old conflicts and a serious opportunity to rebuild beyond the era of state collapse. Somalia's story may shift again given the current situation, and as the model of direct elections appears on the horizon, promising new rules with no war and no division.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements,
and no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.